Why, hello there. How y'all doing? Another Heavy Metallurgy Friday. It's episode number 119, and we have another fun one for you this week. Before we do that, Alan, hello. Good to see you. How are you?
I'm good. Good to see you too, Marty. How's everything been with your week?
Okay, good. Busy, as always.
Mm-hmm.
One little thing to announce. Get that out of the way. A week from today, at Bind Ruin, we will be launching pre-orders for 2 Exolansis LPs and the brand new Panopticon record called The Rime of Memory. Trying to get in one last stab at this year with some cool new music, so save your pennies because a big old blast of merch and records are coming your way. So yeah, that'll be over at the web shop. What's been going on over at Let's Talk Metal?
Oh, what has been going on? I think this week I did just like a VCLT.
Yep.
No. I did that last week, and then this week was collector and completism discussion, which yeah, folks were really interested in. There's been a lot of really good conversation in the comments on that video about, do people collect as completists, or I think a lot of people, the consensus has been that they started that way once upon a time, but kind of, eventually gave up on that and kind of changed their approach to collecting. So yeah, there's been a lot of other videos on other channels talking about that lately. Scott's No Solution channel has touched on it a couple of times, for example, some other channels too. So yeah, it seemed like a good topic to follow up on, and folks have enjoyed it. This week, coming up on Tuesday, I will have 3 singles from the early U.S. metal scene featured that nobody's ever really heard of before, but it'll be a chance for everybody to check them out, hear some clips, see what they think of them. Hopefully folks will find something that they can dig.
Right on. Always fun. Always a fun time every Tuesday over at Let's Talk Metal. Alan does it right over there, as always, and he brings that knowledge and awesomeness over here too. So spreading it around. We love it. We love it. But we have a guest, a reoccurring guest tonight. It's always great to have him on. Duane, Lazerrus, welcome back.
Happy
Friday.
Everybody. Guys, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for jumping on at a short turnaround time as normal, because
I'm always happy to do it.
It's how I roll. Sometimes.
Say hey to everybody in the chat, Metal T, Frosty, all the guys I talk with when I'm usually on the other side of the camera. So good to see them all here.
Absolutely. And what's happening over at the Lazerrus channel? I know you've been busy with work-related things, so not a ton of updates, but what have you done? What have you got planned?
Slow year for me posting videos, just due to life changing. I mean, all for good, but just time sucking, keeping me busy. Hey, Gord, Frosty. So just, a lot, actually. I've really been building and getting ready to do a big collection video, which seems to be kind of just what I do on my channel. I've tried different things, and what always seems to work for me is just collection spotlights on bands, things like that, the occasional update kind of thing. But I really want to do my Blue Oyster Cult collection. I want to get it on video and preserved and logged. And it's going to be big. And I'm having a big indecision on, do I do one big hour-long video, or do I break it into chunks, and I can't.
Do it live.
One hour of Blue Oyster Cult, you're not going to get any pity from Marty and I on that.
No,
we spent 6 hours on that catalog.
Yeah, it could be more than that too. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of, do I just want to, go through the different variations of everything, or do I want to go in deep on each one and why I like each? I mean, I don't know if I really want to do that. I don't know. I'm toying with it, but I want to do it.
You should do it live. That way you don't have to edit it. Do it live. Do it with StreamYard. It's free. You can use it free.
That's a thought.
Yeah.
That's a thought.
That way you can interact with people and or ignore them, however you want to do it. But that way it happens live, and there's no editing, of course. But
that might be an idea.
Full of good ideas around here. But we have gathered here this evening for something we haven't done in a little while, another episode of Keep a Reap. This time we decided to keep it more power heavy, traditional, epic, just non-growly music, more or less.
I love these.
These are fun. And we were talking before going live on how to include all y'all in this. I don't know if we just want to wait to the end and have them do some, or make them the fourth person. How do you guys want to swing it?
Any preference, Duane?
Well, kind of like how we were talking, I think what might be a fun one is if the chat, first off, chat, everyone there, when we throw up a pair, right? When we throw down a pair, okay, we want you all to vote as well, okay? So definitely chime in your votes. And then if Marty or Alan goes 1 and then 2 and then I'm 3, or however it's going to roll, we were talking about somehow bringing in the chat as number 4 guest.
Let's do that.
Throwing a pair out there. So if someone wants to get creative and quickly grab a couple and throw them, maybe we can do that. So
we'll try to keep up with the chat. As always, once people start throwing out pairs, it's the words go by really quickly, so it's kind of hard to catch it. So
it may just be that if one in particular catches one of our attention, or it just pops up at the right time, we'll grab that one, and that maybe we'll circle back to some others later. You can certainly try re-entering another one later in the evening. But we'll try doing that way. That way, some folks too, if you're just watching early in the show, can't stay on late tonight, no problem. You can still have a chance to get us to decide your keeper reap pair. And for folks who aren't familiar with the format, what we do here, 2 albums get named, and each person has to decide which one they will keep. They can have it as long as they want, play it anytime they want. But the other album, they never, ever, ever get to hear or own again. Can't, and no loopholes. They can't go see the band play the whole thing live. They can't listen to it at a friend's house. It can't pop up on the background in Spotify. They will never get to listen to that album.
Deleted.
It is deleted. It is gone from their personal bubble of existence. So that's how it is. And if somebody doesn't know the albums in question, they can just say, sorry, pass, I don't know this one. But otherwise, no backing out, no wussing out here. The whole point is to make these hard and fun sometimes, but you just can't say, I can't decide. No. Hard choices must be made.
One of these days we need to kick this reel and have a wood chipper behind us. Record of the wood chipper.
Wasp, are you available Friday night?
Nope.
Well, just have the wives.
Sorry,
just have like get the wives to stand off camera with just a hammer, ready to smash whichever piece of vinyl.
I've broke a couple records on video before, and they're not easy to break. You bend them and they bend, and it's like, come on. And when they do break, there's like a million pieces everywhere.
And I just talked to the post office. They'll show you.
Yeah, they're quite good at it, actually.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I just want to chime in that we've done this keep and reap quite a few times, and I personally tried to pick pairs that I've never picked before that I can remember picking. And I tried to have some sort of Alan likes just to pull pure evil and just 2 things that are just he knows I like, and they have no relation to each other other than I like them. But I actually
squirm is what you're saying.
He likes to make me squirm, but I actually have things here that I thought about. So just putting that out there.
I put a lot of thought into which pair to make you squirm over. I'll have you know.
Yeah. Yep.
It's funny when I was picking things, one pick, I'm like, I want to pick these because these 2 are very similar. And then I want to pick these 2 because this one reminds me of a time that I was into this one too. And, there's all these different reasons. So it's not like all my reasoning to all my picks are the same. They're all completely different,
Yeah.
So
same here. And I will obviously, I'll pair some things up and look at them later and be like, oh, wait a minute. It actually makes more sense to put these 2 together because maybe they're a little more on equal footing. If like this pair, everyone's going to pick that one. There's no point in pairing them that way. So yeah, you're right, Duane. It's it takes a little kind of tweaking to get a list just right, I think.
Yep. And without further ado, should we fire this off, gentlemen?
We should. Duane, you're the guest, so you may mention the first pair of albums. The last thing I'd say is let's all 3 remember that while we're kind of hemming and hawing over them. Let's make sure we do repeat the albums in case folks in the chat or folks watching later on might miss them. Yeah, if we only say the names once, people might get a bit confused on what the hell are they trying to decide on. So we'll try to be good, everybody, and repeat the album names a couple of times for y'all.
All right, before I show my first pair, I want to take a quick second though, and I want to give a shout out to Marty and Alan and the Heavy Metallurgy merch store. Okay, I'm sporting the hoodie tonight that I ordered, and if anyone is curious and wants to know, and if you guys have never bought a shirt or a hoodie or anything from the merch store, let me be the one to tell you that the quality of the material of this stuff, especially for the price, is mind-boggling. Okay, and,
cool.
And Marty, I don't know where you got these hoodies, but dude, this is like the nicest hoodie in my collection, and I got a bunch of them.
Nice.
So, and what I mean by that is not just the screen printing, that's top notch. The design is top notch, but the material itself, and on the shirts too. This isn't cheap stuff. This is really good stuff. So if you've been on the fence about ordering something, just do it, man. Okay. With that said,
well, we'll send you a check for the plug.
Do I get to keep the hoodie now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you do.
No,
yes.
no, the return to sender. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to plug it in 2 more videos, and then the installment plan is done.
Okay, let's start with something a little barbaric. Let's
also give explanations why you picked the 2. I think that's also important as well.
Oh, okay.
If you
these two, let's see. So these 2 I chose because they're kind of early starts for me, definitely in this particular style of music, even though they're different. They're still, like I said, they're kind of barbaric, and you'll see why here in a minute. So the first one we're going to open with a Manowar, Born to Live Forevermore. So Battle Hymns, Manowar, okay, classic, epic metal, right? And, this album, I remember for the longest time, to me, I thought this was what metal was going to really become. I was like, I know we had, Priest and whatnot had developed the leather and the spikes and everything, but, I was a little young Dungeons and Dragons player, and I loved Conan the Barbarian and everything, and this just, I'm like, wow, now my metal's gone there too. This is going to be the shit. And fell in love with the band, obviously. So, but Battle Hymns, is it their best? That can be argued. Manowar is one of those bands where the fans all have a favorite album, and it's all over the board. Hail to England is a big one. But Battle Hymns was my introduction. Love this album. Okay, so, but what can I put that up against? I want to put it up against the Swedish gods. Heavy Load, Stronger Than Evil. Okay. Now, here we go with some more barbaric Swedish. This is the beginning of Swedish power metal, epic metal, whatever you want to call it. But this is Heavy Load, and my God, there's never been another Heavy Load. So
never heard him. I've never heard him.
You got it. You're kidding.
No.
You don't get to keep your hoodie, Marty.
Oh, Marty. Oh, Marty.
No.
Okay. Do yourself a favor. And pretty much, the first one, you can tell they're still kind of feeling out what they really want to do. And then, this album, the one that did it follow or precede this? I can't remember now. The one, Heavy Metal Angels. So anyway, Stronger Than Evil by Heavy Load, but my God, Run with the Devil, Marty, just look that up on YouTube. Run with the Devil. Very catchy choruses, very catchy riffs.
Very epic sounding.
Yes. So you got Sweden, both barbarians, obviously, except Manowar, the guys in the bands actually fit it. But there's just something about Heavy Load that was just magical for the time. Love this band. Sign of the Hammer, great album. But I don't know. Do I choose first or do I choose last?
You choose last. Yep.
Okay,
Marty and I have to make the
I
call.
still need to think about it, I think. So.
Yeah, the chat is pretty split right now. About half the people are picking Manowar, and about half the people are rage quitting because Marty's never listened to Heavy Load. So what's up right now?
I would gladly throw my Heavy Load album in the chipper. Oh well. Oops, I don't have one. Oh well.
Yeah, no, doing everything Duane has said about the album is right. So it would be, highly recommended to check out when you get a chance, Marty. Nice pairing. I like this matchup, Duane, because like you said, this is some very good early '80s kind of Conan fueled epic metal for sure. I'm looking over the track lists over here on the mothership at Metal Archives, just reminding myself what's on each of them. They're both very good albums. Neither is necessarily my favorite by either band, so that doesn't quite work. Yeah, this first Manowar album is very quirky. It has hints of what's to come in their catalog later with like Dark Avenger and all, but you also have some goofy kind of rock stuff going on too with Metal Days and Shell Shock and Fast Taste. But side A is it feels a little corny, a little cheesy in a fun way, not in a derogatory way. But Heavy Load is Heavy Load, and yes, you've described that really good. Heavy Load, amongst all those Swedish bands, just had that epic ringing guitar sound nailed so much better than all their countrymen, and a lot of their countrymen did it great too. But I guess I have to pick, since Marty is too busy listening to the Spice Girls to ever check out Heavy Load.
For those interested, here's the back. So you got the big muscle bound,
the arm cock, the arm cock.
The arm cock.
It looks like a big veiny cock.
It's like it's Arnold's early get to the chopper. Get it? Chopper, sword, giant sword. Jesse chops things up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. The raven on the shoulder, sitting on the throne with the sword. I mean, absolutely Conan the Barbarian rip-off image right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
But still, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Okay. We're ninth circle, and some folks are, siding with the Heavy Load. Manowar's definitely got more votes. I think for me on this pair, both albums are good. I think I would keep
whatever, Aaron.
I think I would keep Manowar simply because there's not another Manowar album that sounds like that one. There's not even by the next album, they've already gone, full on epic barbarian stuff. And you don't have any of those kind of fun, weird, rock metal tracks. The Heavy Load is really good, but you do also still have, Death or Glory to listen to, which is an excellent album and kind of
Death or Glory.
It's right there on par with Stronger Than Evil. So I think I can give up one of those two Heavy Load albums to keep this relatively unique Manowar album. So I will keep the Manowar and I will reap the Heavy Load. All right, Duane. You also have to to say what you're going to do now.
Yeah, I'm skipping it because I don't know. I would keep Manowar, but and I just want to say that if that was Aaron's arm, it was probably his right arm. Don't ask how he got so muscly in the right arm, but leave that to the imagination. Anyway, he traveled. We'll just say he traveled a lot.
Yeah, this is a tough one, and I think what's going to result in my decision is the fact that, and Alan, you're right that, no other Manowar album really sounds like this one, but there is so much more of a catalog here with this band, and we're very limited on what we got from Heavy Load. And the funny thing is with this album and Death or Glory is I could take both of those albums and create one absolutely perfect album.
Yes, you can.
If I could take songs from both, right?
Yep.
So I think I am going to keep Heavy Load.
Oh, yeah, that's fair, and that's a good point. Yeah, there's only three Heavy Load albums, and in a way, there's only two.
Right. You got the live stuff, and then, like I said, the first album, which is just a completely different. They're still kind of 70s sounding rock.
Yeah, it's a different animal.
Yeah. So I am keeping the Heavy Load. Reaping, unfortunately, the Manowar.
Wood chipper. Here comes.
Wood chipper.
Erased from memories. Yep. All right, good one. A little bit of logic on. He's a little bit of Vulcan in Lazerrus over there. He's got a little bit of logic rolling. I like his thought process. Alan, what are you gonna lay on the line here?
All right, I want to start with a couple of early '80s metal classics. I'm just pairing these up because, they're considered kind of top albums by each band. Both bands. They're from different parts of the world and such. They just felt like, kind of an interesting pair to mash together. Nothing deep or mean or anything here. So now I did not pull albums to show. Some of these I have, some I don't. So I'll just call them out to everybody. Option number 1 is Accept, Restless and Wild. And that is going to be pitted up. Duane's already grumbling. That's not a good sign. But it's going to be pitted up against the Metal Church self-titled debut album.
Oh, it's easy.
So Metal Church versus Restless and Wild. Some people may have a favorite on this pair. Again, I'm meant to start kind of easy here. So you guys can think it over and chat. What do we think? Are we keeping that first Metal Church, or are we keeping Accepts for Restless and Wild? Let's see. We've got Moonstar says Metal Church for me. Aaron, the Metal Theologian, says keep Accept. Eddie, Metal Church self-titled. Let's see. Gore Metal says keep Metal Church. Celtic Frosty, Metal Church all day. Metal Overkill, Accept. Okay, so we're leaning a little bit in favor of Metal Church in the chat, but Accept definitely has its fans too. It's maybe like a 60-40 split so far.
Duane already doesn't want to play this game anymore. Look at his arms are crossed. He's like chewing on his lip. He's huffing and puffing. He's like, why did I agree to this garbage?
Okay. So I was really concerned there for a minute because he opened with one of my favorite albums of all time. So I was like, oh God, here we go. And not that the first Metal Church is not an incredible album, but for me, actually, The Dark is my favorite Metal Church album. So
that could work too.
But you're putting that against probably my favorite Accept album. So, the things you got going there with Accept obviously Fast as a Shark was the birth of, speed metal and borderline thrash, really.
God, if I never heard that song again, I'd be fine.
I get it.
Everybody's fucking covered it. It's.
You know what's cool though is when you watch somebody listen to that song for the first time. But that, we all have those songs and those albums that, obviously, we've had them. And should that be why it goes in the wood chipper? Because, obviously you can play it back in your head, But, God, Princess of the Dawn. I've got, I think I'm trying to place my own theory here. Obviously, Accept has the bigger catalog, but that album is just such almost 90% perfection. But Metal Church, it's a good one, Alan. I think I still have enough enjoyment left in Restless and Wild, though, that I still want to keep it. So I'm gonna keep Restless and Wild, and I'm gonna read Metal Church.
Okay. Fair.
All right.
Marty, I'm guessing you Marty, I'm guessing perhaps you disagree.
But I'm not happy about it.
I get it. And it's a good pairing, but man, Metal Church is just classic US power metal for me. And that album, I think that's high school, that was a banger for sure. And I put it on now and it just takes me back to places that better times, I guess. A lot of sentimental value attached to the first Metal Church, and I'm with you too, Duane. The first two Metal Church records I love, and I remember when Blessing in Disguise came out, it was like a what happened type of thing. Now looking back, I love the record, but when it came out, I was not pleased with the direction change. But the debut was so solid. No one really sounded like them. It just working class, heavy as hell, kind of fast at times, borderline thrashy in spots. You got like Malicious Onslaught, the instrumental that's very thrashy. It offers a lot for me, and the Accept album is a good record. I do enjoy that record, but I find myself rarely listening to it. It's usually I go for if I'm going to have those two sitting on a shelf staring at me, it's Metal Church is what I'm going to reach for. So yeah, it's to the wood chipper with Accept. Be gone. I'll listen to Balls to the Wall with London Boys.
You know what? Fine. Enjoy your cover tune, okay?
He wants to keep it for that Deep Purple cover.
The Highway Star, even though it's so much a part of that album, man. It's a good cover. Is it necessary on that record? No, but
it's a good way to end the record, though, actually.
It's an interesting way to end the record for sure.
At the end, it's not, like smack in the middle or something.
Right.
So.
All right. Okay there, Professor. You laid it down. Which one are you going with? You seem rather confident and sure. I don't see any sweat beads forming. I hope to get some sweat beads forming later.
I'm sure I'll be crying later in the evening, but this pair, yeah, again, I thought it was kind of a fair, matchup of some, early 80s metal classics. This may be biased because I have been on a little bit of an Accept kick in recent months, but I think I keep the Accept and reap the Metal Church. Both are fine, but I definitely go back to Restless and Wild more often than I do the self-titled Metal Church. And like Duane, I could make a case that I like the Dark better than the self-titled. It'd be very close. I don't know. I'd have to mull that one over, but the Dark's a fantastic album as well. So, yeah, just based on how much I play each of them, Restless and Wild we will keep, and Metal Church self-titled we shall reap.
One thing I should have made a point of using Laz's judgment or his logic. You've got way more Udo out in the world than there is David Wayne. I mean, I could go check out some Revenant records, but I remember when those came out and they were pretty lackluster in my opinion. I unfortunately got rid of my early Revenant stuff way back in the day when I shouldn't have. Because I've been really curious in checking them out again as the years have gone by and see if it sits with me better, because I know the time I purged them, I was starting to get into death metal, and that, the transition. I remember when I was a kid, I had all these classic Kiss posters on my wall. And as soon as Metallica and Dio and Ozzy and all that stuff hit, they all got ripped down, crumpled up, and thrown in a garbage can. Like, I can't listen to this garbage anymore. Well,
this is for kids.
Guess what?
Man, now
I'm on eBay looking up these classic posters that I ripped up. I'm going, you're so stupid. I hate you. Why are you so dumb? There's like a lot of old classic metal shirts that I had back in the day too. The classic Megadeth and Fate's Warning, and
it's okay, Marty. It's called Growing Pains.
Yeah. They didn't fit anymore, so I had a burn barrel, and I drank some whiskey and burned all my high school T-shirts in the burn barrel. And again, I look on eBay and see what these shirts are selling for. I'm like, I'm so dumb. Why? But yeah, Reverend. What did I say? Revenant? I meant Reverend. Sorry.
It's all good. But yep, thanks for the catch there.
Thanks
Tim.
for the catch, Tim. I said it and I didn't even realize it. When I saw you correcting me, I knew what I did. Anyway, it's my turn to pick, is it?
Marty, you are up, and then after Marty, we will take one from the audience.
What's Marty going to throw at us?
When I was growing up, there were two schools in my little town.
Tell me about the war, Grandpa.
I'm going to tell you about the war.
Back in the day.
On the way to school up the hill backwards with no shoes in the middle of the snow, we were talking, which side are you on? Are you on Maiden? Or are you on Priest? I was a Maiden guy personally, so I couldn't really... I couldn't. Priest wasn't my thing. So one of the first picks for this tonight, I thought I'd do the Battle of 1982. Remember that battle? Iron Maiden's Number of the Beast versus Screaming for Vengeance by Judas Priest. I'm pretty sure Duane he's got a cocksure look on his eye that he's got, and I've seen the displays he's built for one of these bands. Well, both of these bands, haven't you? You've built displays for both bands.
They're pretty big on Duane's list. Yeah.
He still has that look like, why again did I say I'd do this?
This is no question for me.
Well, let's get you right up here. Well, let's see what the people have to say first. Let you ponder.
Wilson's apparently having some issues here. Sorry, Wilson.
I'm not going to say anything.
Let's see. Tip Fam's going for Iron Maiden. Frosty, I think, he's going for Screaming for Vengeance. James Werr says he's wearing a Number of the Beast shirt right now, so he's kind of done with that. John says, "Damn, Marty." Simon takes Priest. Mark Green takes Iron Maiden. Okay, it's very back and forth here. Eddie says, "Brutal choice, but got to keep the Priest." Let's see. John has now made up his mind and said he's going with Maiden. Yeah, it is very back and forth. Wilson still can't decide. Sorry, Wilson. Didn't mean to break you so early tonight. It is a 50-50 split in the chat, so we're not getting much direction from there. But Duane, it sounds like you've already got your answer locked in.
Okay, so first off, this is what I'm going to say. The first thing is I hate people that put these albums against each other. Okay.
Suck it. Suck it, Pacific time guy.
The second thing I'm going to say is you're holding the two albums that'll be buried with me in the coffin.
Only one of them after this. There'll only be one. There'll be more room for other records because you'll be one
will be buried in the compost pile from the wood chipper.
Yeah. One of those will go in the coffin with me, and then the scraps of what's left in the chipper of the other one will go in the coffin with
They'll
me.
embalm your corpse with it.
Right.
They'll make the coffin out of it. Press board.
And the thing is that Screaming for Vengeance, that's my favorite Priest record. Okay. That is the record that I will, to this day, if someone wants to know what heavy metal is, that's the album you hand them. Okay. That's it right there. However, Maiden Number of the Beast, that is the album that got me really, that set my path. Okay, was that album. That is my number one favorite album in the world. So there's no question for me. It is absolutely Number of the Beast. Are there some clunkers on there to Maiden fans? Yeah, a lot of people don't like Invaders, stuff like that.
The Prisoner is my favorite song on this record.
Yeah, I'm totally burnt out on Run to the Hills. Right, Alan? I saw your last video.
The classics like in here, they're getting tired. I'm not gonna lie.
But the thing is, that album, I cannot hear that album without Invaders on it. To me, it's just, Screaming for Vengeance, I can listen to certain tracks off that record, by themselves and be satisfied. Number of the Beast, I got to hear the whole thing when I listen to it. Screaming for Vengeance has my favorite Priest song on it, which is Devil's Child. That is my favorite Judas Priest track. Iron Maiden, Hallowed Be Thy Name that's my funeral music right there. That's my, when I die, that's
maybe not.
Yeah.
So, out there.
I mean, I could go on and on and on about these two records, but it is no question. It is Number of the Beast. That is my number one album. So as much as it would pain me to chip and delete Screaming for Vengeance out of my life, which would hurt me to death, I could do it and survive it. Number of the Beast, I could not survive that. So,
okay. Now, see, folks, this is how it's done.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah. We're gonna have Duane on, so I'm just gonna slap him in the face with these two records right off the bat.
Oh no. Actually, I meant just the fact that you didn't back away. You didn't try to hide under the desk or anything. It was a tough choice, but you made a choice.
Irons, baby.
Of
course.
Slap you in the face with a big old cock arm is what we're gonna do. All right, Alan, you're next on the block. Which one are you going with here?
That's a really good pairing.
There's only one answer, Alan.
It's not in Duane's coffin. Will it be in yours? Let's see.
For me, both of these, they're classics. They're two of the most recognized albums by two of the most recognized bands ever. For me, they both have their flaws. Kind of like Duane said, each album has a couple of clunkers on it. I'm Invaders and Gangland. That pair does not work for me. As some folks have been saying in the chat, they like Invaders, and that's really cool. That some folks dig that track. It doesn't work for me. But Screaming has some tracks. I'm kind of like a little head scratchy about too. Overall. But each album has, a couple of eternal classics on it as well. So, but I think at the end of the day, for this pair, I will keep the Priest, and I will have to scratch out the Number of the Beast. There are other Maiden albums I like a lot more than that one. There are Priest albums I like more than Screaming, but if I had to kind of try to rank them side by side, Screaming would come out a little bit ahead, I think. So I will keep watching everybody through the Electric Eye, and everybody can watch me. Wood chipper away Number of the Beast.
If I may interject, Marty, before you go.
Of course.
First off, I have to respect your choice, Alan. I completely 100% disagree with it.
It's okay.
but I respect it because of what you're picking. I cannot argue that. These are the two greatest albums for me anyway. My choice of the two best of the two best. Okay. So there is no wrong answer here really for anybody other than me. But also something to keep in mind, those two albums by those two bands toured together on that tour.
That's true. Yep.
So Priest was Screaming for Vengeance. Iron Maiden opened for them touring Number of the Beast. So these albums are legendary and more than just, that. I mean,
and Priest were still pissed at Maiden on that tour based on comments Paul Di'Anno had made, years before.
See, Ryan knows. Yeah.
Children, yeah, I mean, those two, but I mean, you also have, Screaming for Vengeance and Hellion, Electric Eye on the.
But that's it, yeah. Hellion and Electric Eye is another that's like Hallowed Be Thy Name. It's like you cannot. I mean, that to this day, I've heard it a million times. You put that on, I will still get goosebumps.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. All you got to hear is those first few guitar licks. And here we go.
Yeah, that's hard to. Those some big shoes to fill.
Yeah, Marty, you have to make the call too now.
I just want everybody to thank you for that because I put some thought into these tonight. I was trying to go for blood on every one of these picks. Some maybe worse than others. Well, for me, when this came out, I'm all about it. I'm young. I prefer Killers. Killers is my favorite Maiden record. I think the classics on here are just eternal. They're just eternal. They're and I love the deep cut, The Prisoner. I've always loved that song. Invaders, The
opening scream by Dickinson on the title track alone.
Oh yeah,
is
crazy.
You can't touch it.
It's crazy. But I will say now, as an older fart, holding these and looking at them. When I was growing up, I was Team Maiden, and the only Priest album I ever owned when I was a kid was Turbo, which I actually liked. I still have a nostalgic love for that record. It's been the last 10, 15 years that I've been trying to pick up the Priest records. Typically at record shows, this one I got for $6. Looks like it's been in someone's butt at some point, but it still works. It plays good. And I've really said, what was I thinking? The Priest stuff I love, even the record like Rockarola and Point of Entry that people typically roll their eyes at. I like them. It's just, I do not have decades and decades and decades of time to perseverate on the problems with those records. I'm still new in the grand scheme of things, learning this record. I know every note, fart, whistle, click of it. And it's great. I love it. But again, I prefer Killers. I prefer Peace of Mind. I'm picking Screaming for Vengeance. I'm with you, Duane. The Devil's Child's a great song. It's an interesting song to end the album on. Hellion, Electric Eye. Really Take These Chains, even though that's just a poppy cheeseball song. I love it. Take these. Oh,
take them off of my heart.
Take them off of my heart. Oh, so good.
You know what, though? You hear it, and next thing you know, you're in the driveway washing your car going, take these chains off. Take them off.
As long as you're not climbing across the hood of the car like Tony Katane, Duane, because we love you, but that's not a mental image I need to visit.
Washing the car in a pair of cut off Daisy Duke shorts.
Yeah.
in a biker leather cap on. You got another thing coming. If I never heard that song, I'd be fine. But even though I'm tired of it, it's a great song.
Run to the Hills on that record.
It's the Run to the Hills, but it's still a great song. The chorus, the lead up, the pre-chorus is so fantastic. I mean, it's hard to poo-poo that song. It's just because I'm so fucking sick of it. But it's Priest. I'm going with Priest to the chipper with Number of the Beast.
You know, what I've always said about, because people ask me all the time, because I'm such a big, those are my two favorite, metal bands, obviously. And not to be cliche, but that's what I grew up with, were those two bands. And I grew up in that Team Maiden versus Team Priest. And I never understood that because the bands are not even similar. Okay. In their sound. I mean, Priest is so recognizable. Maiden is so recognizable. You have Maiden, based on Steve Harris's, galloping bass, is that signature Maiden sound. Okay. Maiden with the harmonized twin guitars, Priest with the harmonized twin guitars. They're just two completely different sounds, and I love both bands. I was never, obviously if it came down to it, Maiden's my band, okay, over Priest. But I found room in my heart for both bands. I didn't have to choose, and I defended both. And the way I've always described it is, it's like the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. Okay, that's who Maiden and Priest are in the metal world. They're the Rolling Stones and the Beatles in the rock world, right? So there's rabid fans for both bands, and it isn't Star Trek versus Star Wars. I don't know why. I've never understood why people had to make that conflict between those two bands. They toured together. They love each other, so I don't see why you couldn't.
Yeah, when I was growing up, it was the same with me, Duane. Nobody ever felt like they had to pick one or the other. But I have talked to other people who had the same experience Marty did, where they're just like,
around here it was one or the other. It was one or the other. And
one
it
of
was
my best
typically
friends in
Maiden.
college was like, love Iron Maiden. It's like, he was Iron Maiden. It's like, you want to hear some Priest? Like, no. Like, why not? Because I'm an Iron Maiden fan. Like, and I did finally get him to agree that Painkiller was kind of cool, but it took some doing.
Another thing up here, Judas Priest got the airplay with you got another thing coming, breaking the law. All that crap were like staples on Northern Michigan heavy rock radio. It just was. It was kind of like the Thin Lizzy thing. I heard, Boys Are Back in Town, Jailbreak so much I didn't give a shit if I ever heard any other Thin Lizzy tracks ever, because I was so sick of those two songs. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Alan. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's all I had to say. Just that, you're not the only person who, had that Maiden versus Priest thing going on in your area.
Hip fam, I had to go 1982. I didn't use Defenders because I had to go 1982. That was the thing.
Yep. All right, let's see. Duane, can you see the chat comments on your screen?
If so, sometimes I have to. It doesn't update. I have to hit see new comments for it to update. Okay. So I don't always see them right away.
Okay, I was going to say, chat, if some folks in the chat want to throw a pair out there, I was going to say Duane can spot a keeper reap pair that he wants us to consider. So chat, here's your chance to put up some of your possibilities.
There's a 9-second delay between live and YouTube.
There's a throwdown by Tim. He just posted one, and that's a good one.
He's doing that to me. That's
all right.
Just against me.
He's the first one out of the gate.
No, let's not be hasty. Let some other people.
This is going to make Alan and Marty fight. Is what this is going to do.
No, this is
pretty much, yeah.
This is easy.
Yes, it is, but not for the reasons you're thinking.
Yeah, here it is. We'll start with Alan.
Simon's got a good pair.
Yeah, I've heard that about Simon. I hear he's got a real nice pair.
It's an explosive pair.
They hang to the left instead of the right, or I don't know. It's something like the toilet swirling differently down there.
Dangerously close to getting into AC/DC lyrics there, which would be
kind of another band he loves. Yes.
And we're really doing this.
Are we picking? Let's pick this one. First one out.
But it's Duane's choice. Now, let's not.
He seems happy.
Sure. I know my choice, but yeah.
All right, Alan, what you got?
Well, let's see. Let's give the chat a moment too. We have to let's see. Drunken's voting for Awaken the Guardian. Simon, I tried to get them to yours. I'm sorry. Let's see. Anybody else from the chat want to chime in on Tim's pair. Thanks, by the way, Tim. You're not getting a T-shirt.
Yeah. So let's, in case someone missed it, let's go ahead and announce what Tim did.
That's a good point. Yes.
What he did was he picked Fate's Warning, Awaken the Guardian versus Riot, Thundersteel.
Because he hates me. This is very, the only reason Tim has paired these together is to try to make me cry. It's actually, I've got a pretty, I know my answer to this one. It's not quite as hard for me as Tim probably wanted it to be. So I'm sorry, Tim. You'll just have to wait to lick, the salty tears off my face for another pair later on. But yeah, let's see. Some Fate's Warnings getting several votes here so far. Lots of Fate's Warning, which no surprise. They're both fantastic albums.
Oh, totally. Absolutely.
Like legacy albums by both bands for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I'll go ahead and answer this one first. While they're both fantastic albums.
Now keep in mind, everybody, the one that's not picked is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Gone. Go ahead.
It stinks, and I have picked, and as I'm sure Tim is aware because he has a good memory and watches a lot of our content. I have picked Awaken the Garden over several other very top albums in past editions of Keep or Reap. Both fantastic albums. One of these albums is quite possibly in my top 5 of all time, though. If I sat down and made the list, one of these would be in contention for the top 5 slots, and one of them wouldn't. And as such, the choice is pretty easy for me. Thundersteel might be a top 5 album of all time. Fate's Warning doesn't rank quite that high, so I will be keeping the Thundersteel. And very sad losing some beautiful music on Awaken the Guardian, but Thundersteel, that's in contention for best album ever. It won't get it, but it will get a lot closer than Awaken the Guardian will. There's a couple of songs on Awaken the Guardian here and there that I make it a little bit of a bumpy ride for me. So, but the Thundersteel's damn near perfect until you get right to the end. So I will keep the Riot. I will reap the Fate's Warning. All right, guys, you got to answer this one too now.
I'll let Duane go last since he's picking the next one. So,
okay.
For me, I've only owned that Riot record for probably about 2 years, and it's great. It's a fantastic album. It's them taking their awesome high-minded heavy metal and putting a little bit of a thrash spark to it. I really enjoy it. And out of all the Riot stuff I own, that's my favorite for sure. But Fate's Warning is one of those that I've got decades and decades and decades of love for that record. To this day, I can put it on. A couple songs can make me cry. It's just that good. I love the mystical sense of it. It's very otherworldly sounding metal for me.
And that's why you never need to hear it again, because it's it so well, right?
Nope. Riot has not. Their lease just expired. We'll just say that. So yeah, Awaken the Guardian for me. What about you, Duane?
So, yeah, these are 2 incredible albums. One is definitely more proggy for sure, but. Wow, this might ruffle some feathers, but the reasoning to this is I'm going to go Riot, Thundersteel. I'm going to tell you why, because that album.
Keeping Riot or reaping, just to be clear?
Keeping.
That's my boy right there.
Keeping Thundersteel. That album is.
I'm streaming with a couple knuckleheads tonight, everybody.
The thing with Thundersteel is it's almost too damn short. It's that good that it seems like a short record. Okay. I can listen to that. Don't need to be in the mood to listen to it. Put it on and it puts me in the mood to listen to it. Fate's Warning. I need to be in the mood to digest Fate's Warning. Okay?
It's a lot to take in. It's a lot.
It is. Okay. And not that that's a bad thing, but it's a limiting thing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And there's only a couple of Riot out. Well, now there's more, but back when that album came out, when Thundersteel came out, there was only a couple of albums that were along that genre, especially for that band. And that's that one and the one that followed it, where Fate's Warning, you got to bigger catalog to choose from there, even though Awaken the Guardian is going to be the top 1 or 2 for sure. I think that the actual play that would occur if I kept one or the other, the Thundersteel would definitely be played more often than the Awaken the Guardian. So
fit your mood more often. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good pick. Good. That was a good deal, Tim.
Yes. All joking aside, Tim, that actually is a very interesting and good pair up. Well done. Well
might
played,
see
sir.
Similar stuff like that tonight.
When you get your next box, when you get your next heavy metallurgy T-shirt order in, I'm just saying I'm not responsible if there happen to be a whole bunch of spider eggs in that box. Just saying.
All right, Duane. So, what is your next pick?
Well, and so this is what's kind of funny is when you see what's next, it almost like was meant to be here. So I'm going to go with, discussed once already tonight, which is Metal Church the Dark.
Classic.
Okay. And this is actually, both of these albums were albums I picked because I was really listening. These were both in heavy rotation for me at the same time. Not that they're necessarily very similar sister records, but they're just, for me, they've always been in my rotation together. Obviously, I love one more than the other. I'm going to have to decide. But we're going to put it up against Riot, Privilege of Power.
Oh, okay. That album does not get enough love. I'm just going to.
No, it does not. And it deserves it.
It does.
It deserves more love. Okay, so this is the follow-up to Thundersteel.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the follow-up to the debut by Metal Church. Much better record, in my opinion. As legendary as the debut is, but that's for another video. Thundersteel is the better record between these two, in my opinion. But, like Alan brought up, his first words out of his mouth was, does not get enough love, and that's exactly almost why I don't know if I might pick this just because of that reason, because it still has listening power behind it for me, but I don't know. So what does everybody say between these two records?
All right, chat. Now's your chance to chime in. We got a couple of early votes for Metal Church from Constantine and Moonstar.
Metal Church is almost sweeping it.
Let's see. Warrior, and James Warrior says, I actually need to hear that Riot. It may be one that a lot of folks are not familiar with. Yeah, it is not the best known album in their catalog. Let's see, we'll give the chat a couple more moments here to in. Mark Green's picking The Dark. Can't fault anybody.
Yeah, watch the children pray is like it's the best Metal Church track in my opinion.
That's a crushing track. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like Method to Your Man. Method to Your Madness. Is that the name of the song?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Thomas, speaking up for the Riot album. Love that album, right? So there you go, Thomas. Good to see some love for Riot. Tim says, damn, I've lost 2 Metal Church albums. Yeah, so some nights things do break out funny that way, Tim. Let's see. Ash also keeping the Riot. All right.
Thankfully, the last 2 Mike Howe Metal Church records are exceptionally awesome. They rank right up there with the early stuff for me. So, I mean, if you lose the first 2, the last couple, well, I haven't heard the new one yet, but are really good. Oh, Ash is another Riot guy. Okay, Alan, what do you think? I think Metal Church has kind of won the dogfight, but there's some devout Riot people in the chat for sure.
Yeah, and there may be a little bit of bias here because most folks will know The Dark. Privilege of Power is one that may have slipped past some people's radar over time. Let's say, hey, Brian, good to see you, man.
Hey, Brian.
Brian's sticking to Riot too. Both albums, again, excellent albums. I love the way that Metal Church album starts. That opening pair of tracks just absolutely sets the tone and crushes it. And I feel like those opening salvo like Duane has said, it kind of sets apart that this album is going to contend with and possibly surpass the self-titled. Before you even get to track 3, you already feel like this thing's just pounding you. There's 1 or 2 tracks I'm not nuts about. The one big flaw on that Metal Church album, the lyrics are, they didn't spend a whole lot of time writing lyrics for that album. They're a little, you read them and say, okay, I think maybe you should get some help with that. The Riot album has, some amazing stuff that could sit right side by side with Thundersteel, no problem. But that Riot album has a weird quirk to it. There are a couple of songs that are strangely poppy, and it also has like all these weird little radio TV snippets that were reportedly inserted.
Almost like there's a little bit of Anthrax dusted in there or something, their little kind of comedic kind of thing they do.
Yeah, so reportedly, all those weird little sound clips were put in without the band's knowledge or consent by their manager. He talked the producer into doing it because he was obsessed with Mindcrime at the time and thought Mindcrime was going to be like the direction for metal moving forward. And he wanted this to be Riot's Operation Mindcrime album. So him and the producer or a mixer, somebody in the studios, they sat down and added all this shit after the band had already left the studio and had already laid down the tracks. And so then they heard the final version, like, what the fuck is all this shit?
Yeah.
Personally, I kind of like it. I think it gives the album a little bit of character. It doesn't bother me, but it is weird and I can see where it's distracting. But though at the end of the day, I still have to make a choice. It's a tough one.
You're running out of David Wayne Metal Church too.
I am. But
the runway's getting shorter and shorter on your landing.
It is, but there's, as Duane said before too, there's not a lot of Riot material in this vein. The early, I like all eras of Riot. This era was only 2 albums. You have Thundersteel and you have Privilege of Power, and then then they shook the Giants and lineup ball all over again.
Yeah,
and went in another direction. The Riot, that's true. The Riot V albums are close. Some of the more recent ones are close, but this album is good. I have too much of a soft spot for Privilege of Power to let that go for the dark. So, metal. The congregation is leaving rapidly from the metal church at this point, and I will have to keep Privilege of Power. It's a pet album of mine. I can't let that one go.
Well,
Marty?
I have never heard that Riot album, and even though if I had, the song Method to Your Madness is one of my favorite Metal Church songs. It's so heartfelt, passionate, great, catchy song. And there's so many, ton of bricks. Watch the Children Pray over. Let me see here. I mean, let's look at this. Start the Fire. Oh my God. Really? The Dark, Psycho, Line of Death is another classic. I don't know, man. The Dark, I'd pick it. I'm pretty sure if I had heard that Riot record, I would still pick The Dark.
You have not heard the song Black Leather and Glittering Steel, sir. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I have not. You are correct. You are very correct.
That's a good one, Alan.
Yep. All right. Well, that was a Duane.
Duane's got to make his call too.
I almost jumped ahead here, but you have to. Well, fuck yeah, you have to pick. That's part of this
I
game.
thought I was just making you guys pick.
No.
Okay, so
fire up the chipper.
While you guys were picking, okay, and when I pulled these two, I did not have a choice in mind yet. So I think because of the way I'm playing a trump card here. This is kind of messed up, but because of what I've kept and reaped already tonight, I had to reap the first Metal Church record, right? And then I kept Riot Thundersteel. So now I'm left. I have to keep the Dark because I got rid of the first Metal Church record.
Yeah.
And I still have Thundersteel to listen to. So the Dark I'm keeping and Privilege of Power I'm reaping. And that's why.
Duane has gone totally meta on us here.
Yes. He's like disconnected himself from himself on this.
Oh no, he's so plugged into the game. He's using the game to beat the game. That is awesome.
Go robot, no feelings.
It makes sense to me.
I like it. I think it works.
Mike Villain, you are correct. That is a factor as well.
Well, I tried to pick this one to be evil towards. Oh, you didn't go yet? Oh shit! I thought you already picked. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, we all picked on Duane's.
But I'm so excited for my pick. I skipped ahead. You're good.
we know you're anxious to make Duane cry again, but let's give him a chance to catch his breath because I'll be nicer.
Yep.
Hello everybody. I'm playing the good cop tonight. Let's go to Germany. Let's do some power metal. Let's do some German power metal. And that's the rationale for this pair is just two fantastic German power metal albums by bands that all three of us really, really like. We're going to begin with Helloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 2, Keepers 2. And we're going to pair that one up against Blind Guardian's Imaginations from the Other Side and see where the chips fall. Again, both these albums, I didn't have a particular reason for picking these two. They both rank real high among most fans. They both have a couple of odd tracks, a couple of poppy tracks, and they both are maybe where the bands were changing directions a little bit. So it seemed like a fair one. Chat, while Duane reconsiders his life choices, let's see what the chat has to say.
Someone shitting Duane's Wheaties.
Duane really does look like someone just ran over his test pressing of a Warlord album. But let's see. Metal Overkill's picking Helloween. Constantine, Blind Guardian. Wade C says Helloween.
Hey, Mel.
Ranhofer's keeping Blind Guardian. Lap says love both, but I'd pick Keepers Part 2. Baloney. Hey, Baloney. Baloney's going with Helloween. Gore Metal's going with Blind Guardian. Gore Metal. So yeah, it's really back and forth. David is keeping Imaginations for me. But if paired with Part 1, I was carrying. Yeah, we're not doing that, David. We're not doing that. I'm not that cruel.
Didn't we do that? Didn't we? Wasn't that pair? I mean, and you picked Part 1. I think I gave you the 1 too.
You may have. It is possible. Frosty's keeping the Helloween. Okay, so it's a bit of a back and forth in the chat here. Keepers 2 for Mike Villain, but only because I have more history with it. That's fair. Ninth Circle Helloween is the keeper. I see what you did there, Ninth Circle. Well played, sir. Well played.
Yes.
Tim says Blind Guardian. He was not as impressed with Part 2. Some folks aren't. Yeah, some folks Part 2 is not.
There's a couple silly songs on there.
There are. But Mark Green's going with Helloween. John Constantine says if I get to keep Keepers 1, I feel like I'm getting a steal with this one and keeping the Blind Guardian. Okay, but so the chat's a little bit back and forth on this. Duane, you look like you might be a bit back and forth on this too.
Which can we downsize the coffin? Can we get a smaller, like a bigger deal, better deal on a smaller coffin now?
No, I know what my choice is. The problem is I absolutely hate having to read the other one.
That's the game. Okay? That's why we play this game, because it's stupid. It's stupid brain exercise.
I know. So I have to keep Guardian. Okay. And Imaginations from the Other Side for one song alone, which is my favorite Guardian song, Welcome to Dying.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh no, that is my favorite Guardian track.
It's up there. It's way up there.
Yeah, that album also, that is the magic era of Blind Guardian. And not that that's not the magic era of Helloween either. But with Helloween, if I had to let the top 3 legendary albums go, which is Jericho and then 1 and 2, 2 is at the bottom of the list of the 3. So I still have the other 2 to contend with. I've got to keep the Guardian, but boy, am I not happy tossing. I'm crying as I'm dropping it into the wood chipper.
Yeah,
all 15 copies of it that you own.
Yeah.
Duane, we'll release some doves and pigeons at your funeral because the eagle can't fly free at that event.
Yeah, but let's put it. Not yet, but let's put it this way. I mean, I've got Guardian on my arm. Okay, I don't have Helloween yet, but it definitely deserves to be there too. But no, Guardian is. I mean, that had you picked like oh God, I don't know. I almost want to say any other Guardian album, but let's say Night at the Opera. Okay.
Yeah, that could go. That's an easy chipper.
Yeah, well, yeah, it'd be, that's the one that would end up at the chipper, and I would keep.
This ain't the Bush League, son. We don't talk Night at the Opera here.
Alan had to play hardball here, so
Night at the Opera. There are Justin Bieber albums that might beat that one.
Not really. I love Night at the Opera. I love that album.
I like some of the songs, but that one's where they maybe just went a bridge too far for me.
This might change your mind here. I think Moonsorrow just said "Welcome to Dying" is on Tales from the Twilight World.
It is. Yeah, what'd you say? What was the album?
Tales from the Twilight World. Imaginations from the Other Side is the one he.
Okay, all right. My bad. I do get those two utterly confused all the time.
It's okay.
Withdrawal.
Okay. Back up. That's okay.
I got to keep Keepers too.
In this case, we're going with Keepers too. Okay.
This just in.
Yes. Laz made a mistake because I always get those two fucking records confused.
The covers have very similar.
The covers are the same. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So when you say that, I automatically thought that. So yeah.
And I actually did not pick. Tales, because I knew that one would probably make it too easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I always get those two confused. My bad. Sorry, guys. So yeah, I dropped and then went, wait, and grabbed it just before it hit the chipper, and I pull out. Okay.
Maybe that's the wrong album. Only the first 8 copies got chipped. The rest of them that you own are probably still fine.
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'm going to go. You're going to go last, Alan, correct?
Yes, I named it. I go last.
It's a great, fantastic, amazing Blind Guardian record, hands down. But if you start looking at the track listing, if I could never hear Eagle Fly Free, We Got the Right, or March of Time again, man, that's a problem. Especially March of Time. What a great song. Holy crap. And yeah, the silly songs, Dr. Steen, Rise and Fall. I still like them. They're still well-written songs. They're goofy. They're still in their live set. But if I never heard them again, I'd be okay. But the rest of the album, I got to keep Helloween. I've made some bad Helloween decisions in these before, so I'm just always gonna say Helloween from here on out.
Marty's got to grow that.
Learning from your mistakes, Marty.
Pumpkin Patch had a bad case of blight for a while. It's very patchy. The Great Pumpkin didn't come one year. It was bad. But all right, Alan, what do you got? What's your choice in this? I'm pretty sure I know where you're going with this one.
Okay, it's funny because everything Laz said before the redaction is my logic exactly. This is Imaginations. I change my favorite Blind Guardian album times, but Imagination is often there. Of those 3 first classic Helloween albums, Part 2 does rank 3rd of the 3. And yes, there's a couple of timeless songs on it, absolutely. But I don't go back and play Part 2 nearly as much as I play Part 1 or Walls of Jericho, or as much as I play some of the Blind Guardian stuff. So
I did lose Part 2 in our previous Keeper Eep. Well, I just got Redemption. That's called Redemption, Tim.
So yeah, in this case, I will reap the Helloween Part 2, and I will keep Imaginations from the other side. When we ranked Blind Guardian albums, it was my favorite. Probably still is right now. Tales from the Twilight World would be awfully close with it though. But I will let that particular Helloween go in this particular case.
All right. Well,
all right, Marty.
My next pick, I really, really worked hard to try to make this hurt for Duane. I'm like, this one is gonna. This one's
everybody in the chat, take note of this. If you're ever invited, this is what you're in for.
But after hearing how he treated this one album earlier, I know what the answer is already going to be. So we're gonna go Awaken the Guardian, one of my probably top 10 favorite albums of all time, up against Warlord, Deliver Us. See, I was hoping this would be a lot harder, but I already know after I heard what he said about Fate's Warning. I found that these bands had a similar aura of mysticism about them. which I really enjoy. And I just they're kind of from the same era. It's just, I felt that this was a proper fit, but we'll start with Alan because I already know it. As soon as he chippered the fucking record earlier, I realized like, oh, my pick that I worked so hard on is already.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes when we end up with the same albums. I may have that happen a little bit later too. Several votes for Fate so far, but also a couple of Warlord fans out there. Let's see, Moonsorrow Fates, Constantine Fates, Frosty Fates. Mike Villain says, yeah, okay, I'm out here because he hasn't heard the Warlord. Be a good one to check out. You might like that one, Ryan. Ryan says, I don't think I could live without the Warlord, even though Awaken, yeah, okay. A couple more votes for Warlord's getting its votes in now. Oh, good ones to pair, Marty. Yeah, there's some similarities in style there with the band. In this case, I think in this case I would. The Warlord is, is almost perfect if it had, but it is kind of, is it an EP? Is it a mini LP? It's a little shorter format. You get some great songs.
Alan.
Duane's concerned already.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it's an EP.
Was this reissued with Mrs. Victoria on it?
No, Mrs. Victoria was on
the Cannons of Destruction.
No, it's on the third one.
It's on Metal Massacre 3, I believe, and it's on Thy Kingdom Come.
That one, yeah, I always forget the name of that one. Yeah, In this case, though, much. Although I hate to disappoint our guest, this one I would keep Awaken the Guardian over. If the Warlord had like 2 more songs on it, it might be the Warlord. But Fate's Warning, as Marty said earlier, it does have some magical, very moving songs on it. And,
absolutely.
So yeah, I would. I will keep. I'll just keep it short and to the point. I'll keep Awaken the Guardian in this case, but yeah, losing Warlord that sucks a lot. That sucks a whole lot. We'll try to get that one back maybe a little bit later. We'll see. See. I think we know which way Duane's going to go, but
that album in your hand, Deliver Us, to me. Now this is just me. Okay, as obviously a fan, and everybody knows of that band. That is the greatest small label metal record ever pressed. Hands down, in my opinion. And what I mean by that is, not Epic or Columbia or CBS. This is Metal Blade. Okay. So the greatest smaller label metal record ever pressed.
That's another reason why I picked these. They're both Metal Blade releases, by the way.
That album to me is absolute perfection. Nothing sounds like it.
Nope.
Okay. It's perfection. There's only one Warlord. Not that there's not only one Fate's Warning either, but there's just something about that band, that album at that time. It was just perfection. But yeah, it would definitely hurt to chip Fates again. But it's being paired up against some of my,
I tried. I was trying to find something that paired with this that would be like the final, like, oh no, what was he gonna go with here? But I failed.
No, it's a good pairing, Marty, for sure. It's just you pulled like my firstborn child and put it against my nephew.
Your stepson.
Yeah. I mean.
It's like trying to put something against Keeper's One for me. The answer is always going to be easy, no matter how much it hurts. So no, I get that.
So thank you from John for you turning him on. Yeah, hell yeah.
Right on, John.
You already picked.
Marty, that was your pair, so it's time for the chat to throw out a pair. Marty, you want to pick for the chat this time?
Oh, did I pick? Do I get to pick on this, or
we just did your pair of records, but now it's so the chat gets a turn. So chat, throw some ideas in the chat, and Marty will pick one of them for all three of us to consider.
I picked this one, by the way.
Yes, but now I'm letting you make the choice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron, for sending me this as a VCLT. It was great. Sorry I have to wood chip it, but such a great.
That's the greatest VCLT gift anybody could ever receive.
I know, it was amazing, absolutely amazing. Didn't know it was coming either. All right, people. What's some pairs here? What you got? Dark Angel, Darkness Descends, or Death Leprosy. We're going with power. We're going trad metal today. No death sneakings. Slayer Rain of Blood, Master of Puppets, Artillery by Inheritance versus Heathens, Victims of Deception. Ooh, that's a good pick.
That's an interesting pair, Laps.
That is a good pick.
But Marty gets to pick. Tip Fam, that's a good pair too. Mike, also a good pair.
Master of Puppets versus Peace Cells. I think we've done that in the past. Okay, someone throw out a couple more before I pick here. What do you got?
Duane, just making sure you see this.
Oh my God. Are you serious? No way. You got to tell me where to find that, Aaron.
All right, let's
or you're just bullshitting me.
All right, Motley, here, Tip Fam, we're gonna go this route. We're gonna go this route today. We're gonna glam it up a little bit. Let's do Shout at the Devil versus Rat Out of the Cellar. Okay. That's a fun pairing right there. About the same era. They were friends, actually.
Oh, definitely, yeah. They were definitely same year, I think.
Yep. All right, Laz, what do you think about Motley Crue, Shout the Devil versus Out of the Cellar?
Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
Right on.
Absolutely. Rat is great. Love Rat. But honestly, I like the following album, Invasion of Your Privacy, more than Out of the Cellar, and Motley Crue, Shout at the Devil is their best record. That album, when it came out, the only other thing even close to that people didn't know about unless they knew, stuff like Mercyful Fate and stuff like that. Crue was a band, basically a glam band that took that, let's make a black record with a big old pentagram on it and call it Shout at the Devil and make it top 10 radio, no other band could have done that, I think, at that time, especially. But that record is just, Red Hot alone, incredible. Where Rat was much more glammy than that Crue record. Now, the following one, whole different story, but that particular Crue record, the look the band came up with, it started on Too Fast for Love, but, that was the record that they really came up with that look. And too bad it didn't stay. That's the one album by that band. I wish that band stayed like that longer, Theater of Pain,
that happened.
Girl, all that stuff,
There was a couple good songs on Theater of Pain, but it was basically a turd with nail polish on it.
Yeah, Motley Crue, they should have rode that Shout at the Devil bus through a couple more records, I think. Would have been really cool. I really would like to have seen what they could have done with that style and that look. And I don't mean just the visual, but the style of the music of that record as well. I think would have been some really cool stuff. The Rat, there's a handful of tracks on that record I really like. Where Shout at the Devil, I love the whole album. So, I gotta stick with that. So, Shout at the Devil.
All right. Crue for Laz. What about you, Alan? What do you think of that pairing?
I can sum this up in about 3 words. Shout, shout, shout. Got to keep the Motley Crue. I have a sentimental attachment to that one. It was my lawn mowing music for years. It was the perfect thing to
fall in love.
Yeah, it's the perfect thing to put on with headphones on a Walkman when you're pushing a lawn boy all over the place earning money in the summer because it was loud enough, but also like it wasn't like a bottom heavy album. Thrash albums and stuff are kind of hard to hear over a lawnmower engine sometimes. But yeah, Shout at the Devil was perfect. So I've played it a ton. Everything Laz said is exactly right. Nothing against the Rat album at all. I just don't have the same like long personal history with Out of the Cellar that I do Shout at the Devil. So yep, I'll keep the Motley Crue. Marty, suspect you might go the other way. I'm going to guess, but prove me wrong.
I like the first 2 Crue records, but I don't own them. I don't know either. I used to own them, but I don't anymore. One of them got eaten in a tape deck. The other one I gave away to a buddy. And I'm a Rat guy. I like Rat a lot.
Fair.
The last couple of years, I've gotten the EP and then the first 3/8 full lengths on vinyl, hunted them down, and I love all of them. I prefer Invasion of Your Privacy and Dancing Undercover to Out of the Cellar, to be honest. But Warren DeMartini's guitar work and Robin Crosby's work and the background vocals, the singing, I think Stephen Pearcy's got more of a identifiable solid voice, where Vince Neil, it works. It's good. I'm not going to slag the Crue because the first 2 records are really good. They really are. I don't know why I don't own them. Someone sent me, I think it was Jeff. Jeff sent me Theater of Pain. So I have Theater of Pain on cassette and I've listened to it and I like a good half of it. I used to own that one too back in the day, but yeah, Rat for me. I dig them. I listen to them a couple times a month. I still enjoy them. Out of all the glam bands, there's only a handful I still gravitate towards, and that's probably the king of the crop for me. So yeah,
I know that with Crue, like Too Fast for Love, I remember thinking, listening to that and going, wow, who's that guitar player? It's amazing. When Shout came out, to me, that album was all about who the hell is that drummer, dude? And that's where Tommy Lee really came through, was in that record. And ever since, it was, to me, Tommy Lee was that band. The talent in that band, I should say. The shining talent, I guess I would say there. And I agree with you. Vince Neil's vocals, it works for what that band was. But it wasn't like, definitely Pearcy's the better vocalist, I would say, for sure.
And these days, both of them suck, but at least Stephen Pearcy remembers his words. Instead of going, hammer, what about me?
Who I always kind of fight Rat with is like Dokken. Those 2 bands to me are kind of the, hard to decide. But yeah, Shout at the Devil. Yeah, but yeah, Rat's a great band.
Yep. Yep. All right, Duane, you're back. Bring the pain. What do you got?
Oh, let's see here. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's go with a couple of classics. Because both of these for debut records, these are both debut records, and both of these for the band are sounds that completely became non-existent for the band. The bands went in a completely different sound experience after their debut records. But still both are classic. So we're going to go with the first Saxon record.
All right.
Okay.
Still have PTSD from the Saxon dive, just saying.
So first Saxon record. All right. And we're going to put it up against the first Accept record.
Oh, okay. I was guessing it might be the first Def Leppard record, but this is a fair game too for sure. No. Okay, folks in the chat, what do we think?
Versus Germany.
Yep, Saxon.
In this debut throwdown.
What do we think, chat? First Accept or first Saxon?
I could say I can skip this one because I own neither of them. I have heard the Saxon. I have not heard the Accept. So I would have to pick the Saxon, but.
Oh my. You're missing
Duane, I apologize for the help around here. Next time we'll get on a guest who knows the albums that you're picking. I'll work on that before your return visit.
Wing and a miss. Yep.
Let's see. Metal Overkill and Andy are picking Accept again. Pretux is picking Saxon. Tim Sanders says Saunders. Sorry, Accept way better than the Saxon album. Mike V says, well, except in this case. Let's see. North of the Rockies. Hey, North. He's keeping the Saxon.
This is back and forth.
Rocky Mountain Hooligan is also Saxon. Okay, the Rockies digging the Saxon, but yeah, a little back and forth. Some love for both of them, understandably so. Very cool.
Well, there's some Accept in there too.
It would have sorted a chainsaw though.
Yep.
I'm seeing a lot of Saxon now, which really surprises me, to be honest. So that's cool. That's interesting.
It's a very, very good pairing. Which, I'm kind of double checking track lists here.
For those in the chat, if you're curious, Accept gives you Lady Lou, Tired of Me, Sea Winds, Take 'Em in My Heart, Sounds of War, Free Me Now, Glad to Be Alone, That's Rock and Roll, Hell Driver, and Street Fighter. Saxon gives you Rainbow Theme, Frozen Rainbow, Big Teaser, Judgment Day, Stallions of the Highway, great track, Backs to the Wall, Still Fit to Boogie, and Militia Guard.
I gotta say, both of those albums, the track listing titles, there's only a handful of really like metal sounding titles. The rest are kind of like rainbows and love and heart. And
yeah, well, you got to remember, Marty, we are looking at, let's see here.
Are these both 79, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
I'm guessing they're both 79.
Let's see the years on here.
The Saxon is 79. Let's double check the Accept.
79 or 80. It's got, I mean, they're both.
It's 79 also. Yep. Yeah. Actually, the Accept is January 79. So yeah.
So, you got to remember that the song titles weren't very metal yet because it was still kind of being developed.
It's early. Yeah, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. The Accept predates the Saxon by about 4 months in 1979.
So what do you think, Alan?
I think this was a really cool choice because
it's a good choice.
Debut albums by two legacy bands. It came out in the same year. We even got that to line up just right. They're also both albums that you don't hear talked about very much. Both bands obviously moved on to bigger and better things. Albums that are much more loved than these debuts. Both these debuts sometimes get a little crap. For being a little maybe too rough or fine for what they were and such. So yeah, it's actually a really, really good pairing. They play off of each other really nicely. For me, I would keep the Accept debut and let the Saxon one go. The Saxon one has pulling the track list back up here again. So Stallions of the Highway is good. Backs to the Wall, of course, was a mainstay in their live set till probably like last weekend. That song's always been with them. But that album also has some, very different weird. The rainbow theme and Frozen Rainbow are kind of like, that's they didn't stick with that sound very long. But the Accept has a lot of good ones too. The Accept is surprisingly good. It's one I kind of avoided for a long time because it doesn't have a great reputation. It's too early. But when I heard it, I was really surprised. Like, why do people complain about this one so much? It's not that bad.
Right.
It's no Restless or Wild. It's no Breaker, but it doesn't have to be that good. Sea Winds, great track. I'm happy here keeping the Accept. I've grown very fond of that early run of Accept albums over time. That first Saxon album, I can do without that one. They've got such good ones that come after that. I would rarely go back and play this Saxon debut anyway. So I'll keep the Accept. Marty is tagged out to go check on his Swifty concert ticket. He's in line waiting for those.
I'm still waiting. I may have to go to a scalper.
You might have to. Those are tough to score, I hear.
They're tough.
So Duane, it's back to you. What do you think on this pair?
Oh, it's back to me. Okay. So I'm going to go with Accept also. Okay. There is this album. I'm a Rebel. The early Accept, to me, I have a passion and love for that era of this band like I do the early Scorpions. Okay, it's just its own, sound for the band at that time. It definitely is a completely different sound for the band at that time, kind of like Scorpions. Someone mentioned in the chat, I can't remember who it was now, but they posted that the first Saxon album is forgettable, and there's some truth to that. There is some truth to that. Okay. Even to this day, when I pull it out, I'll put it on and go, oh, I forgot about that track. It's just, there's nothing that's like, I can look at the album cover and immediately think of, and it's definitely not in their strong section of their discography either. Okay. Not that this Accept album is either, but there's something about this early Accept material that has aged way better than the early Saxon, or this album anyway, at least. So I'm going to go with the Accept. Plus, it's on the Brain label versus Career, so you got to give it that. But
fair.
Yeah, it's for if anyone out there is really unfamiliar with the early Accept, check it out, man. There's even there's a track where they go, not on this album, but on I'm a Rebel, there's a track where they go disco, and you would think, what the frick? But you know what? It's an awesome song. And it's an absolute, utter, and total earworm. Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with the early Accept, go visit it, and you'll be surprised at how good it really is. So,
yep.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ian, by the way, for the super chat, the £5. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. So cool of you.
Ian.
Thank you.
Ian.
Yeah. Definitely agree, Duane. One of the projects on my short list of videos to make is something kind of running through that first run of 6 or 7 Accept albums, and giving those a little bit of love. Let's see.
Gormel, we have to do that one now. Thanks, Gormel. Appreciate it.
Well, we can save that one for we can save that for the next audience.
We'll save that for the next one for sure.
Make sure.
That's a good one. And thank you, Gore, for supporting the channel.
Hell yeah, man. Appreciate you. Alan.
Right, cool. All right. Well, let's see. Where are we on my list? Duane, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Do you like Mercyful Fate?
I love.
Sure, we all do.
I have another question for you, Duane.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing?
Do you like Dio?
Oh, come on, you know that answer.
Just because they're two of the very big patches in the center of your battle vest, tastes could have changed. I don't know. So which do you like more, Duane? Don't Break the Oath or Holy Diver?
If I remember right, that those are words that shouldn't be uttered in your mouth, because I think you
hey, you got Keepers 2 back. Well,
it resets after a while.
It resets on each episode. Right, it has to, or we'll run out of albums. So the choice for everybody: Mercyful Fates, Don't Break the Oath, which I think Duane owns at least 16 copies of, and Dio's Holy Diver.
That's actually kind of a shitty pick, because that's the best Dio. That's the best Dio solo record.
Yes. I mean, that's why I picked it.
It's not the best Dio performance, though.
Didn't say that. Nope. But the reason I didn't go with one of the Sabbath Dio albums is people tend to be very split on whether they like Heaven or Hell or Mob Rules better, and I didn't know. So it's like depending on which Sabbath album people like better, this could become very easy. So I'm like, let's just stick with the quintessential Dio album. And the one, if you're going to own one Dio album, this is the one to own. So, but do we want to own it?
But you just can't chip the oath, man. It's that album.
Oh, it can be done.
Don't chip the oath.
Been done. His name is Alan Coulson, by the way, everybody.
Don't chip the oath.
There's not many albums that can force Holy Diver into the chipper, but Don't Break the Oath is one of them. I have to stay with Don't Break the Oath, because that album, Yeah, that album, you know, when Dio came out with Holy Diver, we had Dio with Sabbath.
Which was?
Okay. We had
so
Rainbow
good.
with Dio. So when Dio came out with Holy Diver, yes, it's incredible, but it's Dio. Okay. Mercyful Fate, Don't Break the Oath. That was the album that got me in, or that introduced me to Fate. And that was completely out of left field to me when that hit me, and it was magical. And it still is to this day. I love that album. That's another just absolute, you know, if it wasn't for Deliver Us by Warlord, that album right there might be my next choice for the greatest metal album ever put to wax.
Oh, see, I should have put those two together and watch you.
That would have been rude.
Watch you hurl feces at the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been rude. But yeah, no, I've got to go because, you know, I'm still left with Last in Line and some other great Dio records. Fate has a lot of great records as well, but there's only one, Don't Break the Oath. You know, so yeah, this is tough, Alan, but I've got it. Yeah, I've got to stay with Fate. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
We keep sacrificing your nephews in favor of your children.
Yeah.
You're running out of distant relatives. Sorry.
Just don't take my babies. Yeah, you're okay.
Yep.
Let's see. Marty?
I mean, it's a good pairing. It really is a good pairing, and that is an amazing Dio record. It's my favorite by him from the Dio catalog. My favorite by him is between Rainbow Rising and Mob Rules. Rainbow Rising, oh my God, that record brings me so much joy. I mean, even the one before it.
Long Live Rock and Roll?
Yep, Long Live Rock and Roll. Amazing, too. Gates of Babylon, what a great song.
Kill the King. Oh, yeah.
Kill the King, great. But Rising for me, even Tarot, he always has to have the Evil Woman song, Tarot Woman, and, you know, whatever else. So the evil woman that did him wrong. And Rising, I love Heaven and Hell, but for me, Mob Rules is a undeniable classic. I don't know. But when it comes to the pairing here, Mercyful Fate, Don't Break the Oath, one of the most evil records ever wrote. Straight up. It just is. And the Hank Sherman, Michael Denner guitar pairing, they're my guitar team. They are, I mean, you gotta love Murray and Smith, but Denner and Sherman, they just made unholy magic with their pairing. The way they constructed riffs layered together, the solos, how they switched back and forth and fed off of each other. It's just amazing how they wrote songs. And then you put King's Twist of Evil on top. It brings the whole thing together. It's nope, it's not, you know, Don't Break the Oath's not going in the chipper today. Nope. Sorry, Dio.
Fair.
But again, I'm so sick of it.
Leave it to Alan to make us chip Dio Holy Diver. That's not easy to do.
That's evil. That's evil in itself. What about you there, sir? What are you going with?
I just want to give Troy a shout out here. Glad you were able to join us live this time. Glad you're having a good time. Thanks for tuning in.
Troy, welcome to the show, man.
Awesome. And you know, there's also been a ton of like new subscribers here the last week or two. Then thank you so much for that. And
appreciate that.
If you're being a wallflower, jump in and interact with the chat. They don't bite. Everybody's pretty awesome here. So
yeah, we have a very, very cool, very chill chat. Folks are engaged and stuff, but yeah, very polite, nice. They get along, and it's fun. And I commented to the chat earlier. I mean, the reason episodes like this actually work is because the chat is participating. If it was just the three of us bouncing things off of each other, it'd be okay, but it's a lot more fun with the chat. They're acting as well. Mike,
and we like including the chat. Mike, thank you so much. You guys are freaking awesome. Cheers to all you folks.
Mike.
But yes, I've dodged the bullet long enough here. I agree with everything folks have said on this pair, but yeah, I will not forsake Don't Break the Oath in this case. Love the Dio album. It's one of those, again, almost every track is just brilliant, but you Don't Break the Oath, is on its own. It's another one that it's in the top 25 albums for me. Is it in the top 10? Don't know. Maybe. It's so far up the chain. There's not a lot that we have found in the past, one or two things that can edge it out, but There's not many. And Holy Diver's not quite that. Holy Diver might be like a top 50 album for me. Easy,
it's a great record, and I love the guitar tone of it. It's a good, sharp guitar tone. Good songwriting. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic, start to finish. But yeah, Don't Break the Oath. Kind of like Duane said. I mean, it's on another level. It really is. So I will not break the oath tonight. Don't chip
when
the oath.
When I was 14, I was very uncomfortable listening to Mercyful Fate, Don't Break the Oath, in my bedroom in the dark. I could listen to Holy Diver in the dark, no problem.
There you go. Yeah. That's the deciding factor. I just remember to this day, like the very first time, I bought, and it was funny. When I bought the Don't Break the Oath, I ended up buying the picture disc version, the old original one that's got the orange border around it. That was the copy I ended up buying because I found it for a good price at a record store. And I very distinctly remember taking it back, putting the needle on side A, and just that very first guitar line that comes in at the start of a dangerous meeting. And I just very distinctly remember like every hair on my body felt like it just started to stand up on end.
Yep.
And I was just like, oh shit, this is going to be good. I mean, I knew King Diamond solo stuff. I'd heard a little Mercyful Fate here and there, but I'd never really, I didn't have any of the albums yet. I just literally, my whole body was just like, oh, here we go. I don't know where this is going, but it's going to be damn good.
Yeah. Crazy.
All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. I've done my damage. Marty, your turn.
All right.
Good pick.
Well, this one, I don't know. This is a fun one. I don't know if anybody really has much, Well, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Let's go with this. Flotsam and Jetsam, Doomsday for the Deceiver, because it's Jason Newsted's first album. And let's pair it with Jason's first album with And Justice for All with Metallica.
Oh.
See what I did there?
I do see what you did there.
See what I did there?
I did. I did not see that coming.
I thought that was a kind of a cool... Damn, you guys are crazy, everybody. Cheers. Tip fam, thank you so much.
Yes, appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Tip.
And your generosity. It's awesome. Thank you so much.
It's been cool having you in the chat recently, Tip fam. All right, chat. We have we've got kind of a new stead pairing here to work out.
The first by Jason Newsted. First, it's a pick of firsts.
Yeah, this is
Simon saying Injustice for All. Pretext is saying Doomsday. Troy's got Justice picked. Let's see. Frosty says today he would pick Flotsam now, but opposite of what he would have done when he was 18. Keep Justice, says Wade.
Justice for Jason.
Hold on, John's. John, where'd your comment go?
I can't keep up. Sorry.
Yeah, John gets laugh of the night so far.
This is true. Man, it's a little more divided than I thought it would be. I figured it would be a Metallica blowout, but it's not really.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Let's see. Duane, do you want to tackle this one first?
Yeah, because I think I'm going to go about it in a different way than I think most everyone's looking at this. And everyone's looking at it the way Marty picked it, and that is as a Jason option here, or a battle. But I'm looking at album versus album. And that Flots record has gotten a lot of love over the past few years, really trending in the VC also, getting a lot of love and rediscovery, and rightfully so. But for me, that Metallica record was the last great Metallica record. Okay, now I might get a lot of crap for that, but for me, that's where that band.
I don't think that's even disputable. Let's be honest.
And it is a killer record. And I think as album versus album, I got to keep the Metallica. Not that I want to get rid of that Flots record, but yeah, I've got to go Metallica on that.
All right.
Even though, Jason doesn't get the love he deserved in the recording studio for that, it's that album is a better album. So,
A lot of people, or it was split, but I think ending up it's Metallica is winning this one. What do you think, Alan? What do you think of this pairing?
I think it was a cool pair to line up. Neither is an album I play very often.
Yep.
Just reasons. I've always had issues with Injustice for All. And disclaimer, it was the first heavy metal album I ever bought.
Was it really?
It was. Injustice was the first heavy metal album. I bought a bootleg cassette copy at a flea market.
You also made some bootleg T-shirts, if I remember right.
I wish if you got a bootleg cassette of that, then you probably really never heard Jason.
And that was the funny thing. I really did think, listening to the first one, I was like, shit, because you never know. Back then, you'd find these bootleg tape dealers at flea markets.
Oh yeah,
and yeah. Sometimes they sounded fine, and sometimes they sound like crap. I thought it just was like a crappy copy. Then I listened to a friend's copy, and it's like, oh no, that's actually what it sounds like. It was a really good copy, it turned out. But that said, there are a lot of good songs, and folks have been reeling them off. Justice does have some very good songs on it. I don't like the production. The album is too long for me.
And there's a couple songs that are
yeah, there are some I can do without too. I'm not so Flotsam and Jetsam, I like the album. It's not going to make my top 10 thrash albums of all time or anything. But in this case, I think I'm happier keeping the Flotsam and Jetsam. I am okay letting that Metallica album go. If it was any other Metallica album, from the 80s, no. But in this case, I can do without Injustice for a fun album like Doomsday for the Deceiver. So I'll keep Flotsam and Reap and Justice for All.
I will say this: Flotsam has the better cover art.
Yep. Who does?
Mm-hmm. Flotsam.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, it's a fun cover. Metallica is kind of meant to be like the serious thinking man's thrash kind of cover.
Yeah.
It's a cool image.
That cover for Justice.
Well, for me,
I like the green logo, but I don't like it's just
certainly a lot better than the load and reload covers.
Oh, totally.
And the Saint Anger butthole punching.
Well, going on a date with a pretty girl is better than staying home alone and watching Star Trek reruns. But think about the things we're comparing here.
Is it?
Yes.
One is a lot less problematic. Anyway,
the album before that, Marty,
depends on the Star Trek series, maybe.
Right.
The album before that, Masters, had the crosses, and the hands with the strings and the big Metallica, and before that you had Ride the Lightning with the electric chair and the storm and the and then before that you had the hammer with the blood, and then this, it's like what? Yeah. What is that? It looks like a Renaissance painting or something. I don't know.
Hey, 102 people. Cheers, everyone. It's cool to break 100. Awesome. Good to have all you folks in the chat tonight, hanging out with us.
Thanks everybody for tuning in.
Thanks everybody for coming and participating.
Well, this to me is actually kind of a hard choice, because when this Metallica record came out, I was underwhelmed. I don't know what I worshipped at the altar of Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets. Kill 'Em All, great too, but they got so much better for me. And Justice was just it felt like riff salad. It felt like they were trying really too hard. And when we were younger, I've said this on here weekly, I say this, that when you're younger, I only had so much money, I had an allowance. I bought 2-3 tapes a month, maybe. So the ones you bought, even if you hated them, you spun them a lot just to, because you had nothing else new to spin. And
right.
I ended up really liking Justice for All. The songs grew on me. I can put on now and sing along with every song. I've listened to it so much, but still, of the first 4, it's my least favorite of the first 4 for sure. It's their last great record, though. I will agree 100% with that. Doomsday, however, I liked right out the gate. And I even took, I can't remember which song it was, but a song or two in from my guitar teacher back in the day to show me how to play it. He couldn't figure it out. Apparently the tuning was off. He just couldn't rep. And I went home with a few things my friend showed me how to play guitar. I figured out the song I wanted him to show me. I did it by ear. And I'm like, why am I paying this guy? Because I don't want to learn how to read music, which I should have. I didn't want to learn how to read music, and I didn't want to learn by reading when the Saints go marching in. I didn't care. I wanted to learn Flotsam and Jetsam song, and he couldn't play it. I couldn't figure it out without his help. Well, I ended up anyway. So Flotsam and Jetsam for me, it's an odd choice, but I really like the first 2 records. After that, this band really kind of lost me. When the Storm Comes Down, I thought was pretty average, and man, I throughout the years, being in the metal press, I would get promos sent to me of new Flots stuff, but none of it really stood out. It just seemed really tired. It was like one of those bands that Metal Blade couldn't let go. And now they're back, and people on the VC are showing their records and saying how great they are. I preview some stuff here and there, and it just doesn't. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me, but I don't know. Out of this pairing, I'm picking Flotsam and Jetsam. It's a weird pick, even though I do like this record. I don't love this record, but I do like it. I'm going Flotsam and Jetsam.
All right.
Yep. That was a long way around to saying Flotsam and Jetsam. Sorry, I'm at the point of White Claw consumption where I'm chatty. It's all good.
The reasoning of your choice is what's interesting, Marty. That's the whole idea. Yeah.
True that.
Yep. Yeah. All right, let's see. It's viewer's choice time, and I believe we had one saved.
Oh yeah, we got one saved here. I got it already queued up.
Yep.
Next pairing: Symphony X, Paradise Lost versus Firewind, Burning Earth.
Doing some power metal. Very cool. Anybody? Let's see. Chat. Feel free to ring it. Ooh, Forested. That's a really, really good one, and I'm very glad I don't have to think about that one just yet. But chat, what do we think about this one? Firewind versus Symphony X.
I gotta honestly say I have not heard that Firewind record, but I do own Paradise Lost.
Okay.
That rules.
Yes, it's been a while, but I've heard. I'm pretty sure I've owned both of these. I know I've heard them both, but it's been a little while.
Oh, Simon. Simon, it's a good thing you're not my neighbor, because I would have to, my life goal would be trying to change your paradigm when it comes to power metal, my friend. I know it'd be a tough sell, but
Simon would have a giant pumpkin patch in his backyard, and Marty would listen to nothing but war metal.
Yep.
All right, who wants to tackle this one first?
We'll go with Duane. I'm going to go use the little boys' room while you guys talk about that. I'll be right back.
Firewind for me. I love that band. I love Firewind. I love Gus G. Yeah, great record. Great record. Hands down.
Okay.
Hands down.
Yep. Oops, that is not the right button. To get us back over here on track. I use these buttons just infrequently enough that sometimes I forget which is which. Let's see. In my case, yeah, Firewind's pretty cool. I've had a couple of their albums, and yeah, they're very good. Symphony X, kind of the same way. I've had a few of their albums are pretty good. Neither one's a band that I've ever dived completely deep on. In this case, I think I would keep the Symphony X. I really like Russell Allen's voice. He's very, very good, and he doesn't, sometimes, you start thinking this style of power metal, and you start thinking, oh, the voices are just, going to be, very high, maybe a little shrill. And Russell Allen's voice isn't that. He stays, a really good register. He's got a decent range, but just like his normal, singing voice, really comes across well. Mike Romero, of course, always, doing the kind of, just, crazy guitar stuff all over. Yeah, it's not my favorite Symphony X album, but I'll keep Paradise Lost out of these two.
This is another one too. Actually, I think there's no bad choice between the two for sure.
Oh yeah, they're both good albums, so no problems there. And again, there may be a little bias here. I'm a little more familiar with Symphony X overall, but no, Firewind's a cool one to pair it up against. All right,
Paradise Lost for me.
Keeping Symphony X too. Okay, so we got one vote for Firewind and two for Symphony X. Have we all agreed on anything tonight other than Mercyful Fate? It's just interesting that we've actually had some good discussions here tonight.
Are you asking me to a three-way, Alan? I don't know.
I'm not asking you, but we'll talk about that later.
I don't think we have.
Yeah, now that's what I think. I think most of the time we've had split decisions on just about everything tonight, which is cool. All right, we're back to the top of the order, which means, Duane, it's your chance to seek vengeance against those who have made you suffer.
Let's see. Yeah, let me see here. I might need to push something forward here. Let me see. Just because I'm going to do this one. This is just one I'm just curious about to see what the chat does and what you guys do. Both of these albums are my third favorite albums by both bands. That's where my head was on this one. Okay. Both came out roughly around the same time. Both have incredibly legendary tracks on them as well. First is going to be Wasp, Headless Children.
Good record.
This could end badly.
And I am putting this up against who's going to chip this or chip Time by Mercyful Fate.
Okay. Did not see that coming.
I love that Time. I love that Mercyful Fate record. I think it's
very good Mercyful Fate
I think
album.
It's an exceptional reunion album.
Yeah, this is my third favorite Fate record and my third favorite Wasp record. So,
okay. Chat, your chance to ring in with your answers. Sounds like Jeremy's going to take a Wasp. Let's see, but note then Jeremy's is Time, No Contest. Tip Fan, Mercyful Fate. Gore Metal, Keep Time. All right, some Time fans out there. David is hurting. Celtic Frost says, chip away my copy of Wasp for the Fate. Ryan Woodin, Mercyful Fate, Time. Chipped like a beast. Zepperil's keeping Wasp. Mike V is keeping Wasp for sure. We've had several Mikes in the chat tonight, so I'm trying to use like Mike plus a letter from the last name. Sure, a lot of love for Time, which is cool to see.
It's a great record.
I love that album.
Wade says keep Headless Children. Andy's keeping Wasp. Okay, so there's definitely a Wasp contingent out there too, though. So even the chat's been pretty split on a lot of things tonight. There's not been a lot of runaways. So
we're doing our job,
fellas. We're doing our job.
That's right. We got to make it tough.
Yep, Marty, you want to take this one first?
I mean, it's Time for me. I love that Wasp record. It's great, but there's something I really liked in the Shadows. I thought it was a good, solid reunion record. But Time holds up, song for song with it too. The Mad Arab, I think that song's kind of a stretch. They're kind of forcing on that one, but the rest of it. No, wait, it's the last song. The Mad Arab is a good. Hold on. I'm.
Last song is Castillo del Morte.
That song seems like it's kind of like a Satan's Fall to me. I know I've said in the past that Satan's Fall sounds like 4 songs smushed together that shouldn't have been smushed together, and people are like, "What are you saying?" Well, I'm saying it's a long. They went for long for the sake of long instead of long for a good song, and that song kind of feels the same to me. But other than that, I think it's a great record. I like King's performance. The digital production isn't really starting to bother me yet, like it started to in later Mercyful Fate and King Diamond records. As soon as Mercyful Fate and King Diamond moved to America, I still love some of that stuff, but I hate the digital production. I love you listen to Fatal Portrait, you listen to Abigail and them. It's got a very mystical tape sound. It just does. It just sounds so much together. And as soon as you move over to the US, you get the digital cleanliness. You get King too loud in the mix. You got too many oh no's in the storyline, which drives me crazy. The oh no is like his stutter and all this stuff. But I don't know. A long way coming around that Mercyful Fate record. It's a great one. It's their last really truly great. I do like Into the Unknown. There's some great riffs on it. But Dead Again, I struggle with. There's a lot of crap on Dead Again. I just can't.
Yeah, but Dead Again's got Egypt, which is just
it's a great song.
Like an incredible track.
But there's a lot of other songs on there, like the orchestra song. Oh no, an orchestra! It's like God.
Yeah.
Again, trying too hard, but that one is a great one. That's the last great.
I'll tell you this. I'm watching the chat here, and they are completely split on this one.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a string of Wasp support, and then all of a sudden a string of Fate support, and then back to Wasp support. And
yep.
So, yeah. Oh, is it
all
up
right.
for me now?
It's up to Alan next, actually.
Alan?
Yep.
Yeah, no, Alan hasn't picked yet. Yeah, what's Alan going to go with?
What? Okay, yeah. I agree with Marty. You know, this is kind of the last really kind of top notch Mercyful Fate album. There's some good stuff after this, but you have to, after this point, you're getting to the point where King was just doing. It always felt like he was trying to do too much for the rest of the '90s, trying to support both bands,
too much,
constantly touring, constantly trying to churn out records, and it just felt like the quality did take a hit. But yeah, this one has held up really well. But that's my Wasp album. That's my Wasp album.
That's a great Wasp record.
I like a lot of Wasp's catalog. I go along through more of the Wasp catalog than a lot of folks do, but that might be my favorite Wasp album. Everything about that album is, just great. It's loud, it's angry, it's snotty. It loses a little bit, though, and this I think is a good thing. It loses a little bit of the, for lack of a better word, the cartoonishness that maybe Wasp had early on. It feels like some of that's kind of stripped away. It's like,
they took away a lot of the shock rock stuff for this record.
Yeah. There's like, now we're just, now we're just going to be some mean motherfucking men.
Yeah, you can even tell just by the way the band looks on the back.
Yes, they look more serious. They sound more serious. And just goofy things that just work. There's the second track's the cover song, and it works incredibly well in the context of the album. Even there, they could do. Usually, don't want a cover song that early in an album, and it works. It's fine. It's brave. They nail it. So, got to keep the Wasp. There's other good Mercyful Fate stuff I will listen to more often than time. So, it's time to chip that. Mercyful Fate, and I will be a mean motherfucking man about it.
How about you, Duane?
Yeah, this is like I said, this is my third favorite record by both bands, and this is tough. And I'll tell you, for Headless Children, for me, it's Rebel in the FDG. I love that track.
Mm-hmm.
One of their best songs of all time.
Yes.
But this album, this album has its own. It's almost in a class of its own, just like the first album is. And this album, to me, also doesn't age. That's kind of magical. It just doesn't age.
Metal. A lot of metal. It's funny. Some of the classics hold up really well too. Metal is kind of ageless in a lot of ways. There are bands that maybe do, but. Anyway,
this album here, though, the title track alone for this record is absolutely worth the price of admission for this album.
Absolutely.
Witch's Dance, of course. The Mad Arab, Lady in Black.
Oh, great song. The title track, great song.
This is really, I'll be honest, this is really tough for me. And someone mentioned earlier, I mean, everyone's been having fun with this one. It's completely torn down the middle from what I can tell. Someone posted, that's an odd pairing.
Nah.
And
really.
That's actually kind of the point here too, because you're not just deciding between, which is the better Wasp record, which is the better Mercyful Fate record. Mm-hmm. We are doing this to say, which one are you willing to delete from your experience or whatever, that you'll never be able to hear it again. So it's just a matter of which record do you like better.
And sometimes sorry to cut in, sometimes these pairings that are a little more, odd or less straightforward, these can be the really hard ones to suss out, because it's not like picking, here's like I did earlier, here's Helloween, here's Blind Guardian. It's like picking your favorite German power metal album in a way. You can easily kind of see how they rank beside each other. These two things are hard to mash up against one another because they are so different.
Yeah, so, this is, my idea here. This has to make you think for a minute, So because they are two different. They're both metal, but they're two completely different styles, right? So which one are you willing to give up? And I've got to say, this is really tough, and this could change tomorrow. This is one of those ones for me that I could really, there's no right or wrong answer. But tonight, I'm going to go with Time. Because now that frickin' song's stuck in my head right now. So that's
Radiant Black, great song.
Yeah.
Another one on there.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing. We got 11 tracks and 10 tracks. So 10 tracks versus 11 tracks. However, like you were saying, Marty, they almost kind of go together to make one here. So this is tough, man.
My Demon. Oh, good one, Glenn. That's another good one on that one.
Yeah. I want to go Time though. I'm going to go Time tonight. So yeah.
Hell, even that, what the hell was what's the album club we did, Alan? It was on Wasp. It was
you did Unholy Terror, which is a great album.
TJ picked that. I never heard that record. It was a great record. I couldn't believe it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The latest Wasp album I own and have heard is Eldorado, and that is a pretty mixed record.
Gorgotha's a great record too, man.
I have not heard that one. All I've heard is the Unholy Terror. I was surprised how good it was.
Eldorado is a good example of why you don't want to let Blackie in the studio when he's in a good mood.
Right. Yeah.
You kick his puppy, rear end his car, and don't leave your insurance information under the windshield wiper. Then give him the keys to the studio, and you'll get a great album. But if you buy him ice cream and take him out for a nice walk beforehand, you're going to get mixed results.
Something else I noticed in the chat too, for those of you that are unfamiliar with Time, go listen to that record.
Yeah.
And if you like Fate and you're unfamiliar with that, other than maybe just a little bit, go spend some time with it. Huh? See what I did there? That's an Alan.
Yeah. Time does get a little overlooked in their catalog. Even when it came out, it didn't get as much press. And In the Shadows, of course, there's tons of hype with them coming back.
Mm-hmm.
But I know,
that's a good album too.
Me and my friends, when Time came out, we just found it in the record store one day. And we're like, "What the hell's that? Is it a live album, a bootleg, a best of?"
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, it's a new studio album. Did you know about this? We're all looking at each other, just standing there like a bunch of chumps. We had no idea it had gotten released. We bought it immediately, of course. But yeah, I remember we were standing like in a small record store somewhere in the middle of Colorado, just looking at each other like, when did that happen? Damn.
And I will also champion and give love to 9. And I think that album is so underrated. And that's another one that needs love too. Don't overlook 9. That is a great record. That's another one that's aged really well too.
All right, Alan. What's your next pair?
All right. Let's do the Time Walk and do some 70s albums here. So let's see. Oh, yeah. Here they are. So for this pair, a couple of 70s heavy metal giants. We'll start with choice number 1, Scorpions, In Trance.
Oh, it's my favorite Scorpions album.
It's a lot of people's favorite Scorpions album. Going to put that against Judas Priest's Sin After Sin.
Oh, that's my favorite Judas Priest album.
Hi, Marty.
That's a turd sandwich right there. Served up hot.
And just to be clear, because Duane I know is already ruminating on this. Duane, there is yes, you would have to chip the Argentinian gatefold pressing of Sin After Sin if you choose Scorpions. They all get chipped.
Yeah.
Just making sure we're
from existence. Erased from existence.
Just making sure we're clear. I'll help you out here. If it's too painful to chip that copy, you can just send it to me instead.
No, he wouldn't be able to find it because it doesn't exist.
Forever to find that damn thing.
I know it did, and it's an awesome grail in your collection. That's such a cool one. But right. Chat Priest. We got a couple of early votes for Priest.
Let's give the chat a second to see what they say.
Darren's keeping Priest. Thomas is keeping Priest. Wade is keeping Scorpions. Baloney's keeping Priest. Let's see. Mean Metal Mike, that's a cool pair. We might get to that one later. We will see. But yeah, we'll give folks a few more seconds. Priest has an early lead in the chat here. Chase says that one totally depends on my mood.
Glenn, I have not yet reaped any Helloween tonight. I've righted the wrongs of my past, and it will never happen again.
Troy says keeping priest, but like stained class more. Yeah, I thought about pairing it with stained class, but I don't know. I wanted to have Sin After Sin. Felt like a better matchup for this one for some reason in my brain. Glenn's keeping Scorpions. Mike, yeah, I could have paired a UFO album on this one too. That would have been fair game. Larry's keeping Priest. Not my favorite Priest, so okay. Stefano's thinking it over. Yep, no ties allowed.
No ties allowed, Ben. No tie.
Let's see. All right, guys, who wants to tackle this one first?
Oh, Laz, he's got that long starey look in his eye, like.
Yeah, that's you're dipping into the magic of Scorpions with that. But this is Priest too, so you know.
And you can't say Priest has more albums than Scorpions because they're both
true.
But you could maybe say that Priest has more better albums. That would be a discussion, a debate, because
still there's some tracks on Sin After Sin that are.
That's my favorite Priest album. That is, I love that record. I love Bluesy Halford. I love him crooning a little bit more than the Metal God. I think he really lays on the class on that one.
I'm gonna have to go with. I know what I've played more. I know what I still play more. And I know what I will probably still play more. And that is going to be Sin After Sin. As much as I love that In Trance album. There's still 2 more albums there with Scorpions that I consider like the triplet era of Scorpions right there to go with. So that'll tide me over when I need my Scorpions fix. I cannot take Sin After Sin out of the picture. I just can't. So I got to go Sin After Sin. Yeah, Starbreaker, Ryan. I mean,
yep.
All of Sin After Sin, the whole album. Yeah,
it's a good album. Again, it's another one that gets a little overlooked sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, this is tough because it just is. It's a great pick. It's a great pick.
Yeah.
These 70s ones I find sometimes it's a little hard to find a good pair. So I'm glad y'all are enjoying this one.
They should almost just be off limits, like, you know.
And I love, that's my favorite Priest record. It just is. But I gotta side with In Trance. There's just something leading up to that record. Scorpions are great, but they're quirky. I love Vicious Attack. I love the Uli John Roth era. That's my favorite Scorpions. Yeah. Just is. I like some of the 80s stuff too. I like, Blackout. I like Love It for Sting and all that good
Scorpions
stuff.
Is a great band to discover the later catalog first and work your way back.
Yep.
It's just a great band for that.
But man, that In Trance record, it's the one where it's pretty much from start to finish, really high quality, unique. There's other albums that they do. There's a lot of quirky shit on there, which is fine. I know, Ryan, I'm heading for Scorpions though. I don't know why I'm picking Scorpions here, but there's just a perfect union of what they were and what they were going to be on that record. I don't know. I should pick Priest. It's my favorite Priest record, but for tonight I'm going with Scorpions. I mean, I've got other Priest records I can jump into. I think there's more Priest that I like than more Scorps, to be honest. As Scorpions went on, they got pretty derivative and they got pretty up their own ass trying to recreate the Winds of Change hits, the big hits that they enjoyed in the 80s.
Scorpions did get a bit winded.
They got a bit winded and real formulaic as they went on, which is a problem.
Yep. It was a long kind. You got a lot before then. You got Virgin Killer, you got Love Drive, you got Taken by Force. You got a lot of good stuff to work with before you
Taken by Force, Virgin Killer, and In Trance. Those 3 are just perfection. But yeah,
I still have not heard Virgin Killer. I need to get that one. That's one that has not come across my path yet.
It's right in that right in that same zone with
the one where the dog, the girl and the dog kneeling before
Animal
Magnetism.
Man. I don't have that one either.
That's the transition record.
Is it?
That's really.
Yeah, that one of that era. That's the one I can do without. It has. I like some of the songs on it, but it always feels like it's lacking a little bit.
All right, Alan, what do you think about that pick?
I think yeah.
What did I do here?
What did I do here? No, I've got my decision here would be I will keep the Scorpions over this particular Judas Priest album. While I like this one, I do like a couple of the other 70s Priest albums a little better. So among the Scorpions 70s albums, this is almost got to be the favorite. So it's kind of like, best of the era for Scorpions versus maybe second or a strong third best of the era for Priest. So I will keep In Trance. Sin After Sin, there's some great songs on Sin After Sin, but I've still got Sad Wings, still got Stained Glass, still got Hellbent. So you could say the same thing. You got lots of other good Scorpions albums. I think In Trance is further ahead of the pack of the rest of the Scorpions albums. Then Sin After Sin is, relative to the other 70s Priest albums. So that's why I'll keep Scorpions.
Jeremy, this is a great pick, by the way. This is a good, awesome pick. Love at First Sting or Pyromania. But they're both very commercial. But
save that and we'll do that for our
we'll save this one.
If you want that one, Marty. Yeah, that is an interesting one.
Try to remember because I might forget. Love at First Sting versus Pyromania. That's a good pick. Yep.
But you get a turn before that one, Marty. So
I do? I'm back.
Yes, I did the Scorpions Priest, so now it's your turn, sir.
Okay, I'm pulling a first. This is a first time here. So hear me out. We were talking about three ways earlier tonight. I actually have a three-way pick here. I don't know how you guys want to swing this, but there's a method to this madness.
You know what? That's funny. Okay.
Explain yourself.
I'm going to explain myself because it all boils back to Helloween, one of my favorite bands in the world, hands down, as everyone knows. When the news of the reunion was going on, I was mad about the reunion. I didn't want the reunion to happen because I liked what Helloween. I liked what Helloween was doing. I liked the last how many ever albums Helloween done. I thought they're all exceptional. I liked what Unisonic was doing. But they put out two really good records. The second one better than the first. Mm-hmm. I liked what Gamma Ray was doing. I didn't want I wanted all three bands to continue onward. But as it turns out, the self-titled Helloween record was amazing. It all makes sense. And now I don't give a shit about the other bands. Let's be honest. But so I have a three-way pick here. What would you keep out of the last albums from each band before the reunion? We've got Unisonic's Light of Dawn. Mm-hmm. We've got Empire of the Undead by Gamma Ray. Mm-hmm. And we've got My God-Given Right by Helloween. So we
keep one.
We get to keep one of this three of this very, I hate to say it, but this is late in all three bands. Well, two of the band's career and one's a new band. But still, it's a bunch of veterans it's Pink Cream 69 and Keepers era Helloween members. Again, I think all three of these records are exceptional. I'm not going to lie. Everybody gives crap to this record.
It's a great record.
It's an amazing record. Yeah, maybe the last couple songs are okay, but they're still good. And then you got CD2, which I Wish I Were There, Wicked Game. All the bonus tracks on here are even good. It's just like this band has got a formula that is their formula, and it's undeniable to the rest of the metal world. They write such good songs. And, they're here. You start off with Avalon, which is an amazing Gamma Ray song.
Best Gamma Ray track ever.
It's this one actually, it took me a minute to wrap my head around it, but once I did, I love it. You got Master of Confusion on here. Empire of the Undead's a heavy as shit song. I mean, this is a great album. And then, of course, this could have been Keepers Part 3. It could have been. It has that, even though I don't think Kai wrote a lot of the songs on here.
It's got that kind of pedigree to the sound.
Yeah, the bass player did. He was in Palace Vendome, and he was also in Pink Cream 69, which the Darius era of Pink Cream 69 is great. I love that shit too. So anyway, I've gone on and on and on, and everybody's rolling their eyes more Helloween, but I don't give a shit. Where do you guys go? Which one? Which is the one you keep? It's a 3-way reap.
I think the chat's been leaning Gamma Ray from what I've seen, but there are some pulls for the Helloween. Folks, I haven't seen too many votes for Unisonic, but that one may not be as well known.
So if anybody has not heard this Unisonic record, it is fantastic. It's fantastic. Yes. Really good. It's got Keepers of the Seven Keys vibes for sure.
If you like Michael Kiska and Kai Hansen working together, go buy that Unisonic album as soon as you can.
The first record is more AOR vibe.
Buy this one, the brown one.
Yeah, but the first one's good too. It's just more AOR rock vibe.
And even still, out of the 3, that's the lightest one for sure.
Probably.
They're all heavy in their own ways. But yeah.
I think it's a great record, but I definitely the Helloween and the Gamma Ray are heavier albums in my opinion, for sure.
Okay, we're gonna switch it over to you, Duane. You have to pick one out of this soup.
For me, that's Empire of the Undead, for sure.
Really,
I love that. Yes, I love that album. That is out of the second half of the Gamma Ray run, that's probably my favorite record. Avalon is absolutely my favorite Gamma Ray track. That is
it's a great song.
Perfected song. I love that album too much. The Helloween, excellent record. There's a run of 4 right there that, I mean, I can keep the other 3 out of that 4 album run of Helloween right there, so that's fine. The Unisonic, like I said, to me, it's the lightest out of the 3. It has a few really addictive tracks on it.
Kiska sounds great.
Yeah. It's, but even between Kiska, Darius, and Kai, I love Kai's voice. Is he the best singer talent-wise? Probably not, but there's something about Kai's voice that I just love. So I've got to go Gamma Ray there. Just that album. There's definitely other Helloween picks that would overthrow that Gamma Ray for sure, but that one ain't going to do it. That is a big Gamma Ray record for me. So yeah.
I think Larry found the correct answer. What?
Right.
Way to go, Larry.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going with Gamma Ray. All right.
Yeah. Even though I've got to chip 2 other incredible records to do it.
And it really, it's kind of a mean pick because all 3 of these records are great. They really are. I'm not afraid to say it. They're all great records.
Absolutely. And I agree 100%. 100%.
Alan, where's your feeling on the 3-way keeper reap, the revolutionary first time ever 3-way keeper reap?
No, I like it. I like it. Good setup. Well done. I am going to keep the Unisonic. That album, the first 9 or so tracks of that are just brilliant. It really is one of the very few times you feel like you're close, really, really close to that never released Keeper of the Seven Keys.
Well, Land of the Free could have been Keeper.
Land of the Free is one that gets very close to that too. There's just a few albums that have ever come close, and that Unisonic, the brown one, Light of Dawn, is I get like 9 songs deep in that before I find the song that I feel like is even less than stellar. As far as the other 2 go, the Gamma Ray is great. I actually just bought a copy of that Gamma Ray. I've had it on digital forever, but I found a used CD copy of it and scooped that up. Great album.
It is.
If it turns out to be Gamma Ray's last studio album, which it kind of looks like, they went out on a good note. The Avalon track, I have one nitpick with that Avalon song, and it's nothing about the song. I don't like it as the album opener. I feel like it's
kind of a somber opener. It's not a real energetic blast.
It's a lengthy tune to open a record with.
It could have been the album closer. It would have been more apropos.
Closer would have been fine, or even like last track side A would have been great. I don't like it as the opening track on the album because it's slower, somber, and very, very long to get through. You get through that one, you feel like you should have already listened to half the album. But it's an incredibly well put together
I can see your
song.
point with that. Yeah.
The Gamma Ray album is great. Nothing against it. That Helloween album is great. It's there are some other Darius albums from that kind of early mid 2000s I would choose above that one personally, but that one's fine. There's nothing wrong with it at all. But the Unisonic album is pretty special. So it's not as well known. The project didn't get as much attention as Helloween or Gamma Ray, of course. But that album is they absolutely, it's exactly what I want to hear Kiska and Hansen do. Absolutely what I want to hear them do. So I'll keep that one. I'll keep Unisonic.
And this is one of those things where I was thinking I was all clever and didn't really.
You painted yourself into a corner a little bit.
I had to pick one of these three.
Going Helloween. Watch.
Yeah, I can't go Helloween on this one. I want to because I love this record. I love it. This is the first record that my kid latched onto and really loved. I mean, you got Heroes, Battles Won, Stay Crazy. Even the cheesier song like Lost in America, it's fun. It's well written. It's a great song, man. It's a story. I do not dislike any song on this record. This one of the three would probably be the first one I pick away first, just because I love it. I think it's great, but there's a lot of good Gamma Ray. I get Alan's logic here, and I'm probably going to agree with him that Light of Dawn, this would be the one I pick. There's only 2 Unisonic albums. There probably won't be any more. And this is a really great record. It really is a great record. There's a lot of ups and downs. The energetic, fast songs like Your Time Has Come, it feels like it could have been on. It could have came out. It could have been Eagle Fly Free Part 2. It's just that driving double bass, soaring, Kiska is at his best sounding on that. Majestic riffs. It's just amazing. Great song. And even the slower songs on here, it's just a well-paced, really well done record. So I'm probably going to pick this one because there's only 2 Unisonic records. One's better than the other one, even though I like both of them. But it would suck to chip this one because it's a great record. And people are, the cover art, they've got such a bad taste in art. I'm so that
still got 7 Sinners and Gambling with the Devil. You'll be okay.
Yep. And I like Gambling with the Devil. I like Straight Out of Hell. I really do. Good. They're really good records. Helloween has only put out 1 bad record. They just have. And they've got 1 half bad record. And that's Chameleon. Or Chameleon's a bad one. And with the fish, I can't remember.
Pink Bubbles?
Pink Bubbles. Yeah, Pink Bubbles. I like half that record. The other half, there's a couple of songs on there.
Pink Bubbles. I love that record.
Heavy Metal Hamsters. It's a fun song, but it's so stupid. I mean, there's some stupid shit on there. But
point. That's Helloween's always had that bit of what do you call it? I don't know if it's comedy, but just that's their thing.
It is their thing.
They are one of the only bands who were ever able to pull off those kind of very lighthearted, silly songs without them just ending up as a garbage fire. So you're right about that, Duane.
So that was the first ever 3-way pick. And what was the fan the viewer pick? We've had Love It First Sting by Scorpions and versus Pyromania. Great pick. That's a great pairing, actually.
That's a good pair for tonight. Yes. So okay, chat. We'll give you all a chance to chime in before we answer. But Def Leppard, Pyromania, Scorpions, Love It First Sting. 2 giant albums from the mid 80s.
I think I picked this one early. In a previous one. This is a great pick. I think I actually paired these at one point.
I think we have done. Well, we've done Agent Steel versus Holy Terror. Yeah. But so Laps is on the same way.
This is a great pick too. Very cool. But between Scorpions, Love It First Sting, and Def Leppard's Pyromania. Oh, here we go. Def Leppard, Pyromania, no question.
Def Leppard's got the early lead in the chat. John. Who was that? Saito also picking Pyromania. Alex, Pyromania.
Oh, there's some great songs on Pyromania. There just are. All right. It looks like Def Leppard is the winner so far.
Def Leppard is definitely running along with that.
Simon. All right. Oh, we got Wade. Wade is brave. He's stepping out saying the Michael Jackson rehash riffs in that one song on Scorpions record is acceptable for him. Cool.
No, worse things have been done.
Worse things have been done. It's a fun record. I still like that record too.
Yep. All right. Who wants to go first?
We'll start with Duane.
Those two records are both, to me, chick records.
Chick records or chip records? Chip isn't what
chick records.
Yeah, they're chick records. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, those are both those albums are the albums that both bands released that garnered the female fan base for those bands.
Pyromania still has a heavy hit. There's some cool heavy stuff on Pyromania.
Come on.
I like that.
Pyromania came out, and all I saw at my school were girls in Def Leppard. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Photograph hit, and just the metal ballad kind of begins with those records back in the day, and that's kind of, to me, what that's always been. Nothing against them. That is part of metal history, and that is a certain time frame that was incredible. But that for me is where those bands went after, before those records, those bands released albums that were really male driven fan base records. And then those albums drop in that time frame, and it became, what it became. Scorpions rode that they created on that record, rode that boat for a long time. Like we were saying, they became winded, right? Def Leppard, I think after that album just lost their way. I think they kind of shot their load with that record. And it's a great record. High and Dry will always be my favorite Def Leppard. And a lot of fans I know kind of go that way too. But between the two, I don't know it's a really good pick, because to me those albums are definitely equal to each other. That's a really, really tough one. Out of that style of Scorpions, that's the best one. I think I've got to go Pyromania though, because that album changed things. That album also, to me, changed that band. They've always stated, we're not a new wave of British heavy metal band. We're just a rock and roll band. No, until that album, you were a new wave of British heavy metal band, whether you wanted to admit it or not. The fan base declares otherwise. But that album was when they started to change out of that genre. But it created a whole new level of so. Yeah. Simon's on a roll, man. But yeah, without getting too winded, I'm going to go Pyromania. So,
Alan, your thoughts on this chippable offense?
Yeah, good pair. Like Duane said, in both cases, these are the albums that took bands that were already pretty popular and turned them into stadium bands. Bands that could sell 60,000 tickets and play any venue, no matter the capacity, and sell it out and with no problem. Again, both bands had plenty of success before this, but these were the albums that took them from being a big rock/metal band to a household name in both cases. Right. For me, this choice is a little easier than most. I am just young enough, just barely young enough, that Pyromania was not the Def Leppard album that me and my classmates, were introduced to Def Leppard with. We were the Hysteria generation. So Pyromania was already, and again, there's a 4-year gap between those records. So there is like a little bit of that difference between the album that your big brother or big sister listened to and the one that you wanted to listen to.
Right.
Pyromania. I just bought a used copy of Pyromania recently. So, I mean, it's not that it's bad.
It's a great record.
Hey,
I don't,
and that's cool if you do.
I was a kid I had the tape when I was just at that age.
Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of there's that few year age difference between you and me, where you would have been the Pyromania kid, and I would have been the Hysteria kid.
I love Lane's comment.
I missed Lane's comment.
Whose?
Lane.
Oh, Ian. Love it first.
Oh, well, love it first. Chip.
Wait, yes, it turns out Chip works with a lot of these.
That's good. The chipper to the chipper. Yep.
Dips and chips.
So yeah, Pyromania, I like half of Pyromania, and the other half I have no use for, and that's just me. And you're right, Duane. It did change a lot of things, and it changed some things for the worse. Obviously, it did great for Def Leppard. There's it's been thrown out there, and there's some credence to this. I think it's the album that really started killing the new wave of British heavy metal, because after that point, everyone felt like they had to sound and look like Def Leppard and have $500,000 production job like Def Leppard, and all these other bands that didn't have major label support and all this stuff. They couldn't do that, but labels and managers were trying to force them in that direction, and you start getting all these shitty second and third albums by new wave of British heavy metal bands trying to be Pyromania when they just couldn't. So it really kind of impacted that scene in a negative way. So this is my long-winded way of saying the Scorpions album, though. I love that album. Yes, it's a cheesy one. And yes, we've all heard Rock You Like a Hurricane far too many times.
It's a great song.
It's not just a great song. It's a good album. All the songs on that album fit together very well. There's not really a dud on the album as far as I'm concerned. I don't go back and play it a lot anymore, but part of that's just because I've played it hundreds of times, I guess.
But if it's on, you don't turn it off either, right?
Yep, not at all. No, nope. So yeah, easy for me here that yes, I would definitely keep Love at First Sting, and I'm okay letting Pyromania. The $2 copy I just bought in a used bin, we can chip that if we have to. I'm okay with it being on the shelf for $2, but I'm okay with chipping it if it's Scorpions that I get to keep.
I gotta say, Hattori Hanzo, I'm with you. The side boob as a young child or teenager or whatever. I was preteen at that point. I think the side boob was enchanting. I love the cover. It was
a little side boob goes a long way, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Those of us who had to buy that at Walmart didn't get that because Walmart had a censored cover with just a generic band photo on the cover.
Wow.
Which I still have that over here on the shelf somewhere. I kept the J card from the tape when I finally got the CD with the actual art.
Did you guys ever see the alternate? You see, I've got it here. It's the alternate. It's like the best of. Hold on, the best of.
If it's any Scorpions cover album, be real careful what you pull out.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
Enchanted by side boob.
First thing, but then you got this. This is called Gold Ballads.
Oh, I've seen that. I've never had it.
So
good stuff. Yep.
Yeah, alternate photo or from the same photo shoot, but alternate image.
Yep. Well, for me, I gotta say,
Walmart didn't have that one either. Duane.
They didn't have that one either. No. Pyromania was in my realm first. And I was just a kid. I remember on the bus, I had my Walkman, I had my Pyromania tape. That album, Pyromania, was the Appetite of Destruction of its era.
Yeah,
it just was.
That's fair.
It's kind of a perfect rock record, kind of like Appetite for Destruction is. Like it or love it or hate it, it doesn't matter. It's still a very well written rock record, and
platinum record.
It's a platinum record, and it doesn't go into the straight. Yeah, the girls liked it, but it doesn't go straight up until the album. Hysteria is where it gets really girly.
That was girls only.
That was girls. That was the girls only. The Pyromania was, dudes can still have their denim vests and feel all right listening to it. Die Hard the Hunter, Billy's Got a Gun ends the album. Great deep cuts. Pyromania,
killer track.
It's a great track, and even Photograph. That was like the big MTV hit, and that song made me buy that tape.
Sure.
Because I thought it was such a great. It's a pop structured rock song, but it is so good, and I love it for Sting. It's the last album by them I really give a crap about, and it's so cheesy. Like I said, what the hell song is it again? I'm Leaving You. It's got the same guitar riff as Beat It by Michael Jackson. It is note for note the same guitar part. I don't know which came first. I don't know if it was Scorps. I don't know if it was Michael. It doesn't matter. Every time I listen to the Scorpions, that album, I hear that and I think of Michael Jackson. It's just, but Still Loving You, great song. Rock You Like a Hurricane, great song. This is a tough one. I'm going to go with Pyromania just because that's the one I had first. And it's the only real Def Leppard record I love. High and Dry is also really good. I like that one too, but Pyromania was my first one, so that's the one I gravitate towards. So again, Appetite of Destruction for its era. And if you don't believe me, check it out because it's a good record. It's solid as hell. All right. That was the people pick. Let's go with the Duane pick.
Okay. And with Leopard real quick too, On Through the Night doesn't get a lot of love. And that album,
it's weird.
That's another one that, go back and listen to it now. And you know what? It's got some weight that'll, it's aged really well too. And I think it's been overlooked for so long that I know for myself, it did. And then, I kind of rekindled a love for that record. So just throwing that out there. Let's see. I'm doing throw towards you guys. Let's see here.
Agreed, Wade. Yep.
Agreed, Wade. There's no denying that. It's true.
Okay, so this was actually kind of mentioned earlier, close to this anyway, but this is one I'm curious to see what happens here. So here's a little, let's go with a couple of classic records here.
Well, it's definitely time the Dio era Sabbath came out. Yep.
Heaven and Hell, all right.
Okay.
Always love that back cover. I love that back jacket. It's great. They're great portraits.
It's a cool illustration.
So, can you ever imagine chipping this freaking masterpiece?
If you put that
Before
up against Mob Rules, if you put that up against Mob Rules, I would chip that one in a heartbeat.
I want to see what's in the other hand before I answer this.
Oh, there's not even a contest. It's not even a contest. That Rainbow Rising record is one of my all-time. I love that record so much.
Which so Dio is getting chipped.
He's amazing on both of them, though. God, it's so good.
All right, chat. So
all right, chat. What you got?
What era of Dio are we saving?
Ryan is flipping tables and. We haven't done any heavy metallurgy patches yet, Gore Metal. It's a thing. Coffee mugs are going to be there's going to be another shirt design coming and coffee mugs at some point. Patches are in the realm of possibility for sure. And thank you again. You don't have to keep throwing your hard-earned money at us, but we'll take it. Just to say, thank you so much. Heaven, Hell, or Chipper. Keeping Heaven and Hell, Keeping Rainbow. Damn.
Jeremy, Keeping Rainbow. Yeah, a lot of folks are pretty thrown by this one. Duane, you've broke the chat a little bit.
Oh, it's a good pairing. That's a very. If it was that and Mob Rules, I'd be pissed right now. I would be really upset. But Alan, what are your thoughts on this pick? That's a good pairing.
Oh, you ain't throwing me under the bus first. You go.
No. Oh, you want me to go first? I'll go first.
You go first.
Both of those records are amazing. But the Rainbow, it's got Stargazer on it, which is one of the best songs ever. It just is. It's not only one of the best Dio songs ever, it's one of the best songs ever. And, the whole album has got just a flow, a vibe, a mood, an aggression. It's, Richie Blackmore is out of Deep Purple. He's mad about it. So he makes his own version of Deep Purple. You got and
it's better.
It's better. Dude, that is, you nailed it. It's better than Deep Purple. His version of Deep Purple is better than Deep Purple. Yet you employ, some not very well-known singer from a band called Elf, which I do enjoy the Elf records. It's Boogie Woogie Dio.
Rainbow or Sabbath, that's for sure.
It's not Rainbow or Sabbath, but it's a precursor. Yeah. And that Rainbow record, it brings me so much joy. I can drink it when I'm drunk. I can listen to it when I'm drunk. I can listen to it when I'm sober, and I feel the same way both. It's just a great record. I'm sticking with Rainbow Rising. I love that record. I've got Mob Rules to fall back on. I love Heaven and Hell, but Mob Rules is a superior album. What do you think, Alan?
I'm trying to figure out how to size these two up against each other. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky here.
You look at the track list on Heaven and Hell, and that, man, I don't know.
Die Young, Neon Nights. I mean, there's
that's Children of the Sea. That's
Children of the Sea. That's the first song he wrote with Iommi. They got together for the first time. They wrote that song.
I'll be honest. I could almost put Children of the Sea up against Stargazer. I'll be honest with you.
Oh yeah, but Stargazer still beats it.
Yeah, I think you're right, but it's tough, man.
That midsection where the solo, the wandering progression goes on, that solo is just so much vibe. But and at the end, the vamping where Dio's doing the vamping at the end. Oh my god, it's like bring tears to your eyes. Greatness. It's just perfect. That is for people not to know that Rainbow record. It's sad. If you people in the chat have not heard Rainbow Rising, and you like Dio, god damn it. You're missing out. It's so good.
Not just one of the best Rainbow records, one of the best Dio records.
True. Absolutely. One of his best performances, although all of his performances have been great, but that record is exceptional. It's a snapshot.
But Heaven and Hell, I mean,
it's a good pairing.
Heaven and Hell. This is, I know you prefer Mob Rules, and I'll argue that one, but that's another debate.
And I don't mean to discredit Heaven and Hell because it's a monster record. It just is. There's nothing on it that I dislike. Lady Evil maybe is the worst song on the record, but I still like it. She is a magical, mystical woman.
Indeed. Let's see. Well, my take here is looking at the full track list side by side. I like Heaven and Hell better as an overall album. Like Duane said, you start looking at this track list. Sometimes you forget Die Young is over there on side two.
If you never heard Stargazer again, can you be okay with that?
But that's where
carry the whole weight of the record.
But that's where I'm going with this. Yeah, Heaven and Hell has the better overall track list, but Rainbow Rising has Stargazer. And to be honest, if it didn't have anything else on it, it still would have Stargazer.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But, yeah, so it becomes a case of, with all these great songs on Heaven and Hell, you still don't have, the other album still has Stargazer. It's, one of these cases where.
That's my point, Wade.
Yeah, it's for all the for those of us in our age bracket, it didn't matter how many big players were on the other NFL team. San Francisco had Joe Montana, and you just gave him the ball, and he just won the fucking game.
Right.
It didn't matter who you could have put the cheerleaders out on the field with Joe Montana, and he would have found a way to win the game. You just had that.
You can't tell me that Run with the Wolf isn't almost as good as Stargazer. That is
yes, I can. No,
there's
I can say
a hole in the sky. It's so good.
The other tracks on Rainbow Rising are so good. Like Duane saying, Stargazer. It's one of those like top 10, top 25 songs of the entire fucking decade of. It's one of those songs. And this is playing out in my head. It's a lot like we joke about a lot, but yes. When I chipped Don't Break the Oath for Awaken the Guardian. Because Awaken the Guardian, if there's nothing else on Awaken the Guardian, there is Guardian.
Yeah.
And even though no, I don't. I do not. Because while Don't Break the Oath overall has a much stronger track list for me than Awaken the Guardian, That whole track list combined cannot beat that one song on Awaken the Guardian. It cannot beat Guardian. The same thing is true here. Heaven and Hell has a very, really good track list. Tons of top songs on there. All of them combined can't replace Stargazer. And so I'm going to keep Rainbow Rising because Stargazer. And that's what it comes down to.
Yep. And everybody's like, Run of the Wolf is great. It's as good as Start. You know,
I'm not
the pre-chorus on Run with the Wolf leading up to the Run with the Wolf is amazing. It's like tingles, the hair in the back of your neck stand up. There's a hole in the sky, that whole thing with it's just the organ behind it. It's so uplifting and mystical and great. And
just to be clear, I'm not dissing any of the other material on Rising. I'm just saying it doesn't matter what else is on Rainbow Rising. It has Stargazer, and that's all it needs to win this particular Keep or Reap. That's all it needs.
It's not even a fair fight, really. That song is so exceptional.
Okay, Marty, Awaken the Guardian versus Rainbow Rising.
I would say, you know what? In this case, I would pick Rising because Rising is more fun.
Well, we're not going to do that
anyway.
For now. But I did hear that you are on the record.
Yeah, and Starstruck is probably my least favorite on the album, but I still love it. I think it's great. Anyway, Duane, what do you think of this pick? You have to weigh in on this.
I almost refuse to choose.
You can't. No, that's not.
I know.
Duane will not do that.
The chipper is running. The chipper is running. It's waiting. It's hungry.
Faith and confidence. You will. Not
let the chipper run out of gas.
you have to get a pair of shears and cut them up then.
Yeah. So here we have Ronnie James, and you have both bands have incredible guitar players. Okay, not just the vocalist here, but both bands have incredible guitar players in different ways. Blackmore and Iommi the riff master. I agree completely with what you guys are saying with Stargazer. I mean, that song, this could be a 12-inch single, right? And probably go a long way. However, this is also my favorite Black Sabbath record. Yeah. This album
just got more interesting.
Just has this shadowy, dark, it's just the whole album. I mean, it captures the whole album. Not that this album doesn't have a feel of its own either. But yeah, Stargazer, the problem here for me is this is a masterpiece. Mob Rules is also a masterpiece. Okay.
Mob Rules is
Rainbow has 3 albums with Ronnie that are incredible, but there is one Rising. There is one Stargazer. To say to myself, I could never hear that track again is enough weight to make me go Rainbow Rising. And that's tough because there's some tracks on here I would have a hard time saying I could never hear those tracks again.
It's a great album.
But I would still have Mob Rules and other stuff to pull me through. But to lose Stargazer as just completely gone and chipped and no longer exists, I can't
lose that song.
I can't do it. But you know what? I'll be honest. There's not much I could pull to challenge it. And that's about the closest I
Wishing Well, Walk Away. Those are great songs. Lonely is a Word. What a great somber song to end that album on. It's a great record. Lady Evil's my least favorite. The worst of the whole thing.
That is a tough.
It's a tough
choice. Tough choice. And that's another one that tomorrow I may change my mind and go, you know what? I regret it. No, I can't give up my Heaven and Hell.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Good pick. If that was Mob Rules, I'd be like really pissed right now because that's almost.
Well, it's funny because it kind of came up earlier, and I'm like, oh damn, that's funny. I picked I pulled Heaven and Hell, but because that's my favorite one. But,
Oh, that's man. After this, I might listen to Riot.
I need a nap and a sandwich.
And if anybody in the chat has not heard Rainbow Rising, please listen to it. It is so good. It's a great record.
Oh my god! If you've never heard it and you hear it once, you'll be out buying it tomorrow.
That is if you like Dio and, that era of Sabbath and stuff. And if you like some Deep Purple, it's wow. It's just a great record. All right, Alan, what's your next Slay team here?
I'm going to go with something kind of epic. We all like some epic mixed into our metal. So now we used this band before, but I've got a different album. So let's go back to sort of the dawn of epic stuff. Manowar Into Glory Ride is one option to consider. And let's pair it against something that may be equally epic. Manila Road, The Deluge. So again, for the chat, if anybody missed it, Manowar's Into Glory Ride. And we're going to put that against The Deluge by Manila Road. And see how this
Into Glory Ride is in my stack as well tonight. We haven't got there yet. Yeah.
We will ride into glory a second time before things are done. Let's see. We got a couple of votes for Manowar. Jeremy has Manowar out of the gate. Pretux has Manila Road. Somebody else had Manila Road, but I missed the name. Gore Metal's going with Manila Road. Let's see. Manowar.
Manowar for the loincloth representation. Yep.
Manila Road for Andy and Tim. Okay.
All right.
Manila Road seems to have the early lead.
Got Divine Victim on there. What a great song. Can't not ever hear that again. Another victim. Christianity.
Deluge for sure from Consumer. Ian's taking Manowar.
Divine the Victim. No
also,
sanctuary.
P Blues going with Manila Road. So Manila Road's maintaining a little bit of a lead.
I think Manila Road's getting it.
It's getting there so far. Yep. Interesting. Yeah, this was interesting because it's like it took me a while to figure out which album by each band to kind of smash up against the other.
Manowar, though, it's got Ride for Revenge on there. Oh, there's some bangers on that Manowar record. It's one of my favorites for sure.
Yeah.
You got Hatred, Revelation, Death's Angel, March for Revenge. The side B is classic.
Yeah, side B is loaded on that one.
Gloves of Metal, that's the hit single. Gates of Valhalla, oh my God. Warlord, we're here to burn up the night. Oh, that's not the one. That's a different one. That's
Gloves of Metal, Mike L. Yep.
Learn.
Gloves of Metal, that one's a classic. All right, guys, I think it's time for us to make some. Manila Road's winning in the chat by a little bit. It's maybe like a, 60-40 split, maybe 65-35. But Manila Road's putting up a fight. They're fighting the world. They're fighting the chat.
This is a tough one. That is my second favorite Manila Road record. But, yeah, Gloves of Metal.
Is Duane Steele true?
Wimps and posers do have to leave the hall.
All right. Oh, man. And then Marty pulling off the vocal right there really just puts it in my ear, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Her sacred soul she would not sell.
Mm-hmm. I got to go Manila Road. Yeah. That's tough, though. That's tough. Yeah, Manila Road.
All right. Manila Road for Duane.
What about Alan? Oh, you want me to go first? Okay.
I proposed them, so yeah, I get to go last.
That's one of my favorite Manowar albums, but that I can't deny. Manila Road put their hooks in me, and I own every single one of their records. I love them. The Deluge is a great record, and I'm going with that all day long. Divine Victim, awesome, great album. What do you think, Alan?
Let's see. Not my favorite album by either band, but both rank fairly high. But there's only one answer to this question, guys.
Hail, and kill.
And we have to all pick one.
Yeah. I'll keep that. Again, both albums have some good tracks. Both have some that aren't among my favorites. Like I said, not my favorite album by either. But yeah, Deluge is just not an album I go back and play very often. Manila Road, I zero in on stuff, the stuff earlier than that one. I just do. Manowar, I don't mind creeping back to Into the Glory Ride. Yeah, really any of those '80s Manowar albums, I'm going to listen to on and off. So I will keep the Manowar, and I'll let that particular Manila Road go.
All right.
Actually, no, I take that back. We all chose Rising, didn't we?
We did line up on the Rainbow Rising. Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay.
All
that's
right.
a good one too, Alan. Man.
That's a good one.
We're all thinking hard tonight.
It's tough.
And now it's Marty's turn to make us think hard again.
I'm pretty proud of this pick here. I don't know if anybody's going to care about it. I don't know. It's probably not going to be hard for a lot of people, but I thought this was a kind of a clever pick. The first album by this band I heard and it clicked and I loved. Thin Lizzy's Thunder and Lightning.
Okay.
Up against. What do you think my pick is going to be? What do you think what do you think I'm going to pair against this? One quick guess. Don't think about it too hard.
Another Thin Lizzy?
I don't know. Maybe.
Scorpions Taken by Force.
Oh,
a Thin Lizzy sounding Motorhead record because it's got Brian Robertson on. Granted, Brian Robertson, Robbo is not on this record, but he made Motorhead sound like Thin Lizzy on this record. And I love this record. This is one of my favorite Motorhead records.
It tends to rank pretty high for a lot of folks in the Motorhead discography. Yep. And that Thin Lizzy is for a lot of metal fans. Yeah, that they gravitate to that Thin Lizzy. It's their heaviest, most metal sounding one for sure. Okay. Clever.
So I thought this was a pretty fancy one. A fancy pick. On this Motorhead, you got Shine, Another Perfect Day, March to War. I got mine. This is a great record. It sounds like Lemmy singing on a Thin Lizzy record with a little bit of Motorhead vibe to it.
We've got a Motorhead vote followed by 3 Thin Lizzies. So Thin Lizzy jumps out to an early lead in the chat. But now Eddie's coming in for Team Motorhead.
Eddie's keeping Motorhead.
Okay, now we're back to about 50-50. The Motorhead guys are showing up. Let's see. Yeah, Glenn, Gore, and Thomas all lining up behind Lemmy's mob.
There's a riff on this Thin Lizzy record that later on it sounds like Still the Night, which I didn't realize until this last stream we did. Hey, check out our Thin Lizzy deep dive and ranking on the channel. It was fun. A lot of fun.
That was very fun.
That was the first deep dive we've ever done, Alan, that the next day I actually listened to the band that we did a dive on.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've never done that before.
And they're a fun band. They're a fun band for sure.
Yep.
All right, so now it's kind of starting to go back and forth a little bit more. So,
all right, Duane.
Chat's a bit divided this time.
Yeah, this is interesting. I'm trying to think of I'm trying to foresee which one I would end up playing more. I've actually been on a Motorhead kick lately, but will that last? And Thin Lizzy, that's not my favorite Lizzy record. It's a great one, though, and it's one that kind of stands on its own.
Yep.
Oh, man.
It's supposed to hurt.
Yeah, I think, you know what? That is a great Motorhead record. However, the Motorhead is a band that does not differ that much. And I think I want to stick with the Lizzy on this. I think that's got more listens. That would have more listens for me going forward, I think, than that particular Motorhead record. Yeah. I'm going to go with the Thin Lizzy.
Thin Lizzy for Duane.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you, Alan?
To be honest, this one's pretty easy for me. I have never really latched onto that particular Motorhead album, but I love that Thin Lizzy album. Thunder and Lightning, this is the one that I'm going to keep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. A great Thin Lizzy album. I like a lot of Motorhead, and it's one I'll probably go back and play it again sometime. Maybe it'll click next time. But that particular album just always kind of went in one ear and out the other for some reason.
I liked it because it was something different, and it still had a lot of soul. It's still something. It had Motorhead, but it added just Robbo's fucking. I don't know. It's a special record. It's a one and done in their catalog. It's the only Motorhead record that doesn't sound necessarily like the rest of them.
It's a unique lineup that didn't last. Robertson was not in the band long. He didn't get the memo about
the leather and
he expected folks to dress in the band. But then the Thin Lizzy, an easy one for me tonight. But Marty, what do you want to pick?
It's my favorite Motorhead record, oddly enough, but I got to say goodbye to it because, this record blew me away. And side A is so perfect. It just is great. The sun goes down. I love it. I love his lyrics on here. The Holy War, the lyrics are amazing. I agree with a lot of the things he says in it.
Cold Sweat, Bad Habits,
Cold Sweat,
Please Don't Go.
I mean, side B is just as good, but side A is perfect to me. Everybody's like, he sounds hit. He sounds, I mean, when you listen to the albums leading up to this, I get it. You can tell he was in the throes of his addiction and not healthy, but this was the first Thin Lizzy I heard all the way through and liked and connected with. Zoller told me I got to check it out. I found it at a record show for $6. I bought it and I was blown away. I was just ready for it. It was the right time for this album. And it's, the first one that I can say is my Thin Lizzy record. I've since then I picked up Fighting a month ago. God, I love it. It's my number 2. It could edge this out after a while. I love Fighting, but this record,
I think you actually ranked Fighting as your number 1.
No, Fighting was my number 2.
Okay.
Fighting, this was number 1.
Fighting is number 1.
Yep.
Gotcha.
But this is a special record. I think it's great. Is it metal? Yeah, proto maybe, but it's very much just a heavier Thin Lizzy. You got John Sykes on guitar. God, it's just, the songs are so good. The Sun Goes Down. It's the ballad of the album, but it's so dark. It's a very dark, sad song. This is the One's a great song. Thunder and Lightning hits you like a hammer. God damn. It's great. I love this record. We just talked about them. I'm not going to keep going on and on, but I thought it was a cool pick. I'm going with Thin Lizzy.
It's a cool pick, and it was a cool reason too. I like that.
Yep.
All right, folks in the chat, what have you got? What have you got for us? Man, I still have some cool stuff coming.
Yeah, it's getting late though.
It's getting late. We're gonna have to.
We have to start keeper reaping our own keeper reap choices.
Yeah, there's a couple here I can let go.
There's one I've got to do. There's one I want to do.
Mike V has an interesting one. I like that one.
Operation Mindcrime versus Seventh Son of a Seventh Son.
That's interesting.
I'm down with that pick. You guys want to go with that?
I can do that.
I know what Laz is going to pick, but
there you go.
We're going to go ahead, Duane. What do you got?
Oh, Seventh Son for sure. Operation Mindcrime, nothing to take away from that album because that's a masterpiece too. But Seventh Son was such a different record for Maiden when that came out. They were coming out of Somewhere in Time, and they had dabbled with the keyboards a little bit, and then they kind of perfected it for Seventh Son to really marriage them into their sound. But I love the whole thing behind that record, the visuals to that album, everything. I love that record. Operation Mindcrime, kind of like I was talking about earlier with like Fate's Warning. I've got to be in the mood for that. I've got to want to go down that deep, storyline of that record and really be into it. Seventh Son is also kind of the last great Bruce record.
Yep. Agreed.
Of that genre of Maiden. So it's just a, yeah, that's a special record. It was a great tour. I loved that tour. Yeah. And nothing against the Operation Mindcrime. It's just, for me, I mean, obviously I'm a Maiden junkie, so that's, it's not going to carry the weight with me. But I can see why other people might go that way, because there's a lot of other Maiden to choose from compared to that Queensryche. So, I mean, it might be easy for them to chip away a Seventh Son to keep their Mindcrime. I can totally see that, but for me, I couldn't do it. So, yeah, Seventh Son.
Alan.
Excuse me. I'll also go with Seventh Son. Like Duane said, this is well, there's a lot of other good Maiden. This one kind of stands out as a bit different from a lot of their other stuff. Somewhere in Time is the only one that comes close, but as has been documented, I'm not a huge fan of Somewhere in Time. I feel like Seventh Son is where they got that sound and really nailed it, whereas Somewhere in Time they were still figuring out how to make it work. It was not the first Iron Maiden album I heard. It was my introduction to the band in terms of the visuals, because there was a kid in school who had a Seventh Son back patch on his denim jacket, and that was like the first time I saw Iron Maiden, the logo and the visuals and stuff. And I sat behind him in health class, just like, that's a really weird but cool kind of design. But I never did actually get to hear the band at the time. I like Operation Mindcrime. Great album, classic. Queensryche, at the top of their form for sure. But yeah. Overall, if I got to keep one and ditch the other, I'll keep Seventh Son. I'll go as far as to say not just the last, of the kind of great classic Bruce albums, the last essential Iron Maiden album. That's my hot take for Maiden tonight. The last must-own Iron Maiden album in their discography. After that, there's still some very good ones later on, but if I don't get anything after Seventh Son, I can be okay as long as I got everything up to Seventh Son. Marty, your choice.
You know what? That Operation Mindcrime album, it really reminded me of King Diamond. It's like Queensryche was kind of trying to swing from the nuts of King Diamond a little bit. The concept album, the super crisp, clean production. In a lot of ways, if you put that up against like Abigail or something, that would have been a good pairing too. For me anyway. But that, you guys are right. It's the last really, truly great, flawless Maiden record. I love Brave New World. I love Dance of Death. I like a Matter of Life and Death. I don't love Final Frontier. The couple that came after that, Senjuko or Senjutsu or whatever the hell it's called. God, I was so disappointed how long and boring that was. And so many people showing it and saying how much they love it. I'm like, God, really? Am I hearing the wrong album? I just don't know. It's Maiden showing their age, which I respect. They're still doing it. It still doesn't suck. It's just, God, it's just every song kind of sounds the same. Anyway, that doesn't matter. What we're talking about here, I'm going with Maiden because it's the last truly great front to back Maiden record. So yeah, I do like that Queensryche record though. It's a good record.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah.
All right, Duane. All right. I'm gonna go use a little boys' room while I'm gonna wait and hear what you have to say first, so I can ponder while I'm peeing.
Okay, I got some pee ponders for you here. Going a little thrashy here, I think.
That's good. Thrash, good.
Yeah, step out of the box a little bit here for what I've been doing. One's full blown thrash, and the other one's kind of its own thing. But I think it's a good war. Let's see. One of my favorite thrash records of all time. Absolute staple. It's Bonded by Blood.
Okay.
Okay. The original first album, Bonded by Blood. Title track, Piranha. I mean, come on, right?
Classic. Undeniable.
Are you going to keep or reap that? in favor of Voivod's War and Pain.
Oh, okay.
My pondering will be swift, but my peeing will not be. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah.
Both debuts.
Nice lineup choice. Let's see.
You want your thrash more straightforward, or do you want it a little more spiced up and mixed up?
Let's see. Simon's taking Exodus. Gore Metal's taking Exodus. Eddie's taking Exodus. There was a Voivod vote further up in the chat, but I missed it. Yep. Tip Fam's got Exodus. Exodus for me never really clicked with Voivod. David, I have some trouble clicking with Voivod as well. I like the first 4 albums, but yeah, it's not an easy one for me to digest.
Yeah, they're definitely a band you either love them or you just don't know them. You know, that's kind of
they can be a bit of an unknown. Let's see. I have a lot of love for Exodus here. I mean, it is kind of one of the big classic Bay Area albums. Constantine's going for Voivod. Okay. So Voivod in. Okay, here comes some of the...
here comes the Voivod, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't think Voivod would have to wait too long for their contingent to show up. Let's see, Nate's got Exodus. Although he would pick most Voivod over Bonded by Blood. So he's saying, okay, you found the one Voivod album that maybe Exodus would edge out for Nate. Brian's got Exodus for me, but he is finally wrapping his head around Voivod. I've been working on it, Brian. I'm working on it too. Slow going. There's so much to listen to. Well, let's see. I'll go ahead and answer while we wait for Marty to get back. Yeah, for me, it's interesting because I'm late to Voivod and still kind of working on getting into them. But I was also late to Bonded by Blood specifically out of the Bay Area stuff. Again, it was a case where me and my friends we all had Fabulous Disaster. We had the Sousa stuff. We didn't. None of us were quite old enough to have gotten Bonded by Blood when it came out and hadn't worked our way backwards. So it was, I was late to that album. So it never quite ranked up there as high as some of the other Bay Area thrash albums with me, just because I missed some of my formative years. That said, I've definitely warmed up to the album over the years, and I dig it. So for me in this one, I will keep the Exodus, and I'll chip the Voivod, but I'm going to also keep chipping away at Voivod. And I think, there'll probably be a day 5 years from now when I get them and all my old statements about Voivod will, be embarrassing and silly. But for now, I've got to keep, I will keep banging my head upon the stage.
Yeah.
That Exodus record I've always liked. I never loved. Believe it or not, I prefer I prefer Pleasures of the Flesh. That's the one that I really like, and I like Fabulous Disaster. Voivod, though, I mean, Dimension Hatros is my favorite, but when you look at lyrics like "Suck your bone, look with fear, I'm not alone, fuck your soul, we're gonna kidnap and haul." All right. So, the English is rough, and that's when they were still, if you listen to some of their early demos, it was like a lot of Venom and Mercyful Fate covers. And the Venom really comes out on War and Pain. And I dig that. I think it's a band that have raw passion for what they're doing and energy. They're doing something completely unique. They sound like nobody else, although there's a little Venom in there. I got to go with Voivod on this one. 100%.
Okay.
What do you think, Duane?
Well, the chat was interesting. I was really kind of watching it this time, and Exodus came out of the box blazing in the chat.
Yep.
And then the Voivod started creeping in.
The Voivod folks are out there.
A lot of votes for Voivod as well. And I'd say chat-wise, it's probably pretty half and half at this point.
Yep.
Hello, camera. Focus. Get some weird white flashes, too. But so both debut albums, okay?
Yep.
Both, in a way, the band changed after this. Vocals changed for this band after this, vocalist.
I think Zetro is a better singer, too.
Yeah,
Not gonna
but
lie.
you know what? This album right here is just
It's classic.
was a very, very special record for me at a very, very special time. And to this day, I do not get tired of this album, whether it's the title track or anything after it. This album never, do I ever get tired of it? I can put it on anytime, in the mood or not. And as soon as I hear the first note, I'm instantly in the mood. Again, more eclectic taste here.
They're weird.
Yeah. Again, I gotta be in that, I want to hear some Voivod. I gotta be in that, I want to hear some Voivod right now. This I can put on day or night, any day of the week. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna love it. I know it. So I'm not ready to chip the Exodus away yet. So for this and what it is, there's more I can choose from. Even in the Exodus catalog, there's some other great albums, but this is the only one that sounds like this one,
Mm-hmm.
And
True.
so I gotta keep the Exodus. So that's my pick on that.
That was a good pick. Good one. Alan.
All right. Let's see. We've worked with both these bands some tonight, but I don't think they've gone head to head yet. So I guess it's time. Up first, Iron Maiden Killers.
Best Maiden record.
Up against Black Sabbath Mob Rules.
Say that again.
Black Sabbath
Excuse me.
Mob Rules.
Excuse me.
What did you say?
Hi, Marty.
Please.
Need to go back to the bathroom?
See
Marty?
that? They have nothing
What
to do
you've
with
done,
each other.
chip
Just me.
heaven and hell. So
Yeah.
They do have something to do with the Mob Rules is the second Black Sabbath album with Dio, and Killers is the second Iron Maiden album with Paul Diano.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Duane, what do you think? I'm gonna go think. I have to. Something.
Oh, come on, man.
I forgot to pull something.
Killers all day long. And you know why?
Talk about it for a second. I need to go find something.
Okay, so Killers all day long.
Okay.
How much Paul Diano material do we have out there to truly enjoy that's like Paul Diano Maiden?
Not enough.
Okay, right? Okay. Dio, okay, with Mob Rules, you still got Rainbow, you still got Dio. Hell, you even still got other Black Sabbath, even without Ronnie. All right, there's a lot of things that just can give you that same vision, impression, and pleasure that Dio Sabbath does. There's a lot of more options with that. There is only one Diano-fronted Maiden, and there's only 2 albums that give you that. And so to chip one would be sacrilege. Okay, so that's how I see that. That's, nothing against Mob Rules. Of course, it's another freaking masterpiece. And even though I chipped my Heaven and Hell to keep my Rainbow in another man's world, you still got Heaven and Hell. So you can chip the Mob Rules, but you don't chip Killers, man. Nope.
Okay, no, that's good reasoning. I like the thought process there. That makes sense. Yeah.
And I agree with Duane. You can't chip. There's only two Diano Maidens, and the Killers is the best. It's one of the best Maiden records. It's one of the best metal records. And now I'm left with no Dio Sabbath other than that so Dehumanizer record. I mean,
yep. And that's part of my rationale. So you're keeping Killers then, right, Marty?
If I've got Rainbow Rising, I'm good. Killers. I'm going Killers. Duane's logic, it swayed me on this one.
Okay.
To the chipper with Mob Rules.
You never say those words, did you?
Oh, God damn it. If it was Iron Maiden, if it was a self-titled, it might have been Keep Mob Rules chip. Anyway, go ahead.
Hell no. Okay.
Anyway, what were you saying, Helen?
You had a good point in your argument there too, though, Marty. Yes, well, there's other Sabbath material and there's other Dio material. In a way, you only have 2 Dio Sabbath albums. You have Heaven and Hell and Mob Rules. You only have 2 Paul Di'Anno Iron Maiden albums. I like Dehumanizer. Nothing against it.
I like it. But I don't
it's
love
not
it.
in the same
it's
league.
Not in the same ballpark
no.
as no.
And I mean, it can't be. It's a decade later. Which is one reason I wanted. I mean, all joking aside and making Marty squirm aside, that was a reason for pairing these up this way. If you take one away, you essentially lose half, the catalog from that era of the band, which were brilliant eras for both cases. So for my choice, Killers is brilliant. Mob Rules is a top 10 kind of album for me, though. Not just in the Sabbath or 80s or anything. Mob Rules is almost perfect. And there's probably something wrong with it. I can't think of what it is right now. Killers is great. There maybe are a couple of songs on Killers, though, I can skip past. And that's going to make the difference.
What did you say?
I said there's 1 or 2 songs on Killers.
Which ones?
I'd have to pull up the track list.
Let me pull up the track listing for you. I'm right here. Killers.
Murders is not one of them. There's a few. What I think it comes down to, there's a few tracks I sometimes just get mixed up.
Ides of March, Wrathchild, Murders in the Rue Morgue, Another Life.
Let's see. Yes, Wrathchild, fine. Murders, awesome. Genghis Khan's the other instrumental. Okay, you've got 2 instrumentals on side A. They do get a penalty flag there. And it's an Exile's fine. Killers is fine. Here's where I get sometimes a little lost and mixed up, is in that 8, 9, and 10 slot between Prodigal Son, Purgatory, Drifter. I know I like 2 of the 3 songs. Sometimes they will get scrambled in my head, I'll admit.
You're gonna shit on please try to help me. Oh my God. Soulful Di'Anno. You never hear it again. It's never coming back. Never.
Well, let's line that
Devil's
up
got hold of my soul, it won't let me be.
It's good. Let's look at Mob Rules. Let's see what I've got to lose. This story swings both ways.
It's just a shitty pairing.
Turn Up the Night, one of the best album opening tracks in heavy music history.
Agreed.
Goes right into Voodoo. Sign of the Southern Cross, which could actually be better than Heaven and Hell.
Yeah. That's a great song.
The Mob Rules.
Heavy as shit, too.
Just heavy. Yes, this is a bulldozer heavy kind of thing. Country Girl, I like the song for maybe that's the weak link.
It's a weak link, but I like that song too.
Actually, no, I'm going to take that back. My weak link here, if I have one, is Slipping Away. That song's a little too repetitive on the chorus, maybe. But then Falling Off the Edge of the World, fucking brilliant. And then closing over and over to end the album.
God.
Slipping Away is going to be, the one little.
That's probably the least favorite of the whole album.
And it's not that it's bad. Again, I think they just that Slipping Away, Slipping Away. They do it a little too much. I'm not ditching that. I'm not ditching that for the Killers. Can't do
it. Alan's just twisting the knife.
All right. So yes. Okay, Marty, we've been hard on you. But you're up.
All right. We're going to I'm thinking epic metal. Obviously, we've already talked about this band earlier tonight. We've got Manila Road's transformative, epic classic that everybody returns back to.
Mm-hmm.
Crystal Logic.
For good reason.
This can't end well.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can think of that I think is just as good, but way more underground. It's way more underground. It's weird. It's epic. And it's weird.
I might know where this is going.
Dark Quarter, their debut album.
That's nice. Yeah.
Self-titled Dark Quarter. This sounds like shit, but the songs are so good. It's quirky vocals. It's just bizarre, weird, epic metal. But the songs, pound for pound, are amazing. And this repressing on Shadow Kingdom, it's got the original pressing of the album from 87, and then they re-record it in 2012 in it with a modern production, and it still rules. It's still really good. I mean, this is a band that really They don't have a lot of stutter steps. This is the only Dark Quarter I own, but I'm going to get their entire catalog eventually because it's awesome. It is great.
Yes. To the viewers, there are some of you out there watching and listening, whether live or later, sometime in the future when this is still on YouTube, who don't know Dark Quarterer. If you like early Manowar, if you like early Manila Road, that album that Marty's holding by Dark Quarterer, the self-titled, you want to go check that out.
It sounds like shit. It's a really shitty production, but it works. It works.
They were from Italy. They were on a small label. The production's not
part of
great.
Their sound is what you're saying.
It's part of their sound. They and just to put you in the right frame of reference, they do a cover somewhere along the line of like Gloves of Metal by Manowar. So I mean that's where they live and operate on that album. So yes, it's one that a lot of people have missed, but it is fantastic. Some folks. Glenn, check them out. It's good. They don't have a long catalog, even though they've been around forever. They have long breaks between albums, and the albums can sound very different from one another. They don't. It sounds like shit.
It doesn't sound like shit, like where it's unlistenable. It doesn't have a lot of room ambience. It's just kind of thin. But you can still hear everything. The music is so good it rises above the sound production.
Yeah, it's a
lo-fi.
Lo-fi. A little bit lo-fi, yeah. But if you check out other Dark Quarter albums, do not expect them to sound similar to one another. They definitely change styles, sounds a little bit with each album. Even like the second album has a much better production, but their songwriting approach is a little bit different there too. So you just be aware it's not something to run out and grab their whole discography at once. Because you're in for some twists and turns throughout their albums.
The album is just called Dark Quarter. It's their debut.
All right, Duane, you want to tackle this one first, or you want me to?
I'll go ahead and go first because I'll get out of the way because I do not know the Dark Quarter. That is new to me. I've never heard it. I am going to remember that though and check that out just based on what you guys are saying.
Shadow Kingdom. I got this off Hell's Headbangers for $3.33.
Don't you love that?
Yeah.
Don't you love that?
It's classic.
Yeah. So of course I got to go. I mean, Crystal Logic. I mean, that's
classic.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Classic masterpiece. But I'm intrigued. I mean, obviously, if you're putting that CD against that record, it's worth checking out. There's a reason you're doing that, and I got to know why that is. Mm-hmm. So that alone is going to make me buy it.
Shadow Kingdom might still have copies. I don't know. Probably
do.
I don't see them as being a humongous sale. I don't see them if they're obviously in the Hell's Headbangers bargain bin. They didn't sell well.
What's his name at Shadow Kingdom? Tim. He likes his 80s underground Italian metal stuff. I mean, he's worked with Death SS. He's worked with Dark Quarter. He worked with that band Old Iron. He's put out a lot of that stuff that he knew was not going to sell simply because he really digs that stuff.
Damn, man. Thank you so much, Darren. You're too kind. It's good to hang out with you guys too. Trust us. We have a great time every Friday. Every time we do this, it's fun.
Appreciate it. All right, well then let's see. I've got to pick love the Dark Quarter album, absolutely, and to give credit where it's due, King Fally turned me onto that band years and years ago.
Yep. Cheers, King. He's out on a little run this weekend. Hopefully everything's
out on the road. Hope it's going well. But the Crystal Logic, that's top of the bill. But there are a few things that would ever make me reap that album. So I got to keep Crystal Logic and let Dark Quarter kind of slide back into obscurity. But yeah, not much messes with Crystal Logic.
It's true, and I knew that everybody was going to pick Crystal Logic. I'm going to pick Crystal Logic as well, but this album is really great. You need to check out if you're into epic metal at all. You like Manila Road. I said it sounds like shit. It's just lo-fi. It doesn't sound like shit. It's just
a low budget 80s
production. A low budget 80s production. You can hear everything. It sounds good, but the songs are so
There's bands out there now that are trying to find that sound.
Right, exactly.
So
but just to throw songs like Crystal Logic and Necropolis.
Riddle
Master, the Ram.
Master just
Veils of Negative Existence. Oh my God!
Yep, Dreams of Eschaton. Yep.
Classic. And cheers to the gentleman that sent this to me as VCLT. It's the actual Roadster pressing. Holy crap, man.
You're spoiled.
Cheers. My God. You guys spoiled me. It's wonderful. I love it. Oh, stop. Please stop. Don't stop. Please stop. Anyway.
Good. All right. So guys, how are we feeling? Do we want to do one more round? It is.
I could go.
I want to do at least 2.
I could do 3 more and be happy.
I could do 3. Yeah.
We'll do 3. Maybe we'll pick up the pace.
We'll skip the viewers and we'll just go to our 3.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Dwayne.
So then Dwayne is back up.
Well, because of what just happened, I have to do this one. So, and sorry, mine's not the original pressing. I
have a non-original pressing too.
I'm not spoiled like Marty.
But I don't have 15 copies of Warlord records either. So
yeah, okay. So we're all spoiled in our own way.
We all have our spoilages.
So Dwayne, is that Black Dragon then?
So let's see if I can maybe play one over.
The high roller pressings don't fuck around, man. They're all good. Those are great.
Yeah, I mean, they put a poster in there. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So, all right, Alan, here you go.
Oh, now we're getting serious.
Okay. The reason I did this is because you said, "Oh, you got to pull something to go up against Crystal Logic." I'm like,
it's not an easy one to do. That's getting there. That's getting there.
For you.
I'm trying to think how many copies of Frost and Fire I own. It's kind of sad.
Well, that too, didn't you? You just bought a box set for that too?
I just bought a box set. I didn't even know it, and that's Melanie's fault.
Yeah. Well, it was my fault because I told you about it.
That's right. It's actually your fault because you told Melanie about it. She went and made a video about it, and money.
Yeah, that's talking about this thing, right? The big book thing.
Yeah, that big book thing from Metal Blade. That's a really nice press of it. Yep. All right, folks. We're seeing some Keira Thungle love for Frost and Fire, and that's nice to see. It's not always an album that gets a lot of love by Keira Thungle. A lot of people want the later stuff, but that album is really fun too.
Special.
Let's see. Tim applauds. Tim applauds you. Yes, putting me back under the Tim, I don't know what I did to you, but I apologize.
Okay, Sarah Thungle for Gore Metal, Manila Road for Drunken Metal. Hey, Logan, what's up, man? Drunken Metalhead Musings. Go check out his channel, everybody. Logan does good work. He's down there sweltering in the New Orleans swamps. Larry Sepultura, Sarah Thungle.
New Orleans humidity.
Ian, Sarah Thungle. Thrasher B Thrash, Manila. Sarah Thungle for Eddie.
50-50.
I'm impressed. I thought if it was King of the Dead, I would have expected this. I did not expect this for Frost and Fire, but that's awesome.
Frost and Fire is a special record, man.
It's great. It's fantastic. In general, a lot of people don't seem as big on that first album. So our chat has good taste. Absolutely. All right, Marty, you want first swipe, or you want me?
I do not own that Sarah Thungle record, but I can imagine what it sounds like. I've got Paradise Lost. I used to have One Foot in Hell. I don't know what ended up happening to that record, but it's gone. It was another one of those radio promos, Alan, where it had writing all over it.
Oh, okay.
For me, it's Crystal Logic. I mean, even if it was like Paradise Lost with an album I know and like, I would still pick Crystal Logic. I prefer. They're both weird singers in different ways, but I'm Shelton for his guitar work and his singing. I love it. Alan, what do you think? You've stalled long enough.
I have no. This one still has to be Crystal Logic. It's high enough that not even Frost and Fire is going to knock it off that pedestal. But I do love Frost and Fire. It's a very fun album. It still has one foot in the 70s, but it's a great, big, loud, gnarly kind of foot. It does sound a bit different from everything else in their catalog, but I like it a lot. That era of Keira Thungle is very cool. It's just a little different than where they ended up a few years later.
Right.
But good as it is, it will not supplant Crystal Logic. That one stays. And Frost and Fire
to the chippa.
To the chippa.
What do you think? What do you think, Duane?
Yeah, I'm with you guys. I mean, this is like your Rainbow Rising, right? I mean, you just can't chip Crystal Logic. You just can't do it. It's going to take something really, really strong to do it. This is close, but it's not close enough.
It's getting there.
But I wanted to, give this album a little love tonight because I think it is kind of underrated compared to the rest of their catalog, and it shouldn't be. It's a very, very, very good record. But I'm putting it up against probably Manila's best well-known and loved album, so probably it's kind of unfair in the discography weight against each other. But as far as the bands go, and the reason I picked it is because of exactly what Marty said, and that is you have two very unique vocalists here. Okay. Doing pretty much really the same style of metal, but two completely different vocalists doing it. And both extremely good in their own way too. But I'm going to stay with Crystal Logic on that also.
All right, Alan.
All right, let's see. I was going to do that one, but based on what we've done, maybe I'll save that one for a later round. Oh, here's an interesting pair. And we haven't mentioned either of these albums all night. We've mentioned these bands, but not these particular albums. So we're doing second album pairings by 80s metal bands that kind of leaned a little more progressive or high-minded than typical of their peers. Let's start with Fate's Warning, The Spectre Within, and put it up against Queensryche's The Warning.
I have a Queensryche pairing in here too.
Okay.
I can skip it though.
That's all right. Spectre Within versus Warning. I know some folks in the chat earlier were quite high on Warning when we were discussing Operation Mindcrime. Let's see how that one lines up against Spectre Within. Let's see, Darren's taking Queensryche. Jeremy's taking Spectre. John's taking Warning. Larry's taking Fate's Warning. See, Fate's Warning for Gore Metal. Darren says best Queensryche. It's hard to pick a best Queensryche. All those albums are really good. Consumer, Spectre's amazing though. So Tim's taking Queensryche.
Wow.
Spectre for Drunken. There's no. I don't think there's a clear winner in the chat right now. Gentlemen.
Curie Ellison, The Apparition, Orphan Gypsy. What a great song.
Mm-hmm.
Without a Trace, Traveler in Time. What do you think, Duane?
Oh, Fate's Warning, Spectre Within. Yeah, I love The Warning. It is not my favorite Queensryche record. In fact, my favorite, I kind of get shunned on by it, but I don't care. It's still my favorite, and that's Empire.
Jet City Woman. What a great song.
Dude, that album, I spent time on the road as a pool player, shooting professional pool, and that album lived with me for like 2 years straight. And so it's a very, very special record. But Warning, out of the early Queensryche, up to Rage for Order. I mean, the opening EP obviously is incredible, but it's not a full album. So Warning is definitely a special thing. But Spectre Within is my favorite Fate's Warning album, and it's incredible, an incredible record. So against those two, I'm going Fate's Warning on this one.
I have fond memories of Empire, the silent lucidity, making out with a hot little blonde chick in my old 1983 Ford Thunderbird.
Yeah.
Probably, yep. Good stuff. Good times. I also made out with the same chick listening to Sadist, the song Certain Death. That was the first time we kissed.
Maybe the first time anybody kissed to Satan's Certain Death.
Yeah. I also had something happen during A Blaze in the Northern Sky, but I'm not going to talk about that. Anyway, Alan.
I know I proposed this one, Marty. So, so you got to pick first.
Oh, the controls are not working for me all of a sudden.
I think we all need to do our Queensryche.
You may have to move me. I don't know why it's not working unless my internet crapped out.
Let me shift you around here. Here we go.
There we go.
All right.
Did it move? Because it didn't move on my end.
Yep.
You are large.
Huh.
Your screen may be stuck, Mother Marty.
Weird. Is it my turn?
It's your turn to pick between the Warning and Spectre Within.
Oh, that's what happened. You lost signal.
Okay. Yep. Well, we'll let Marty hop back in here.
This crashed. Anyway, I'm back. What's up?
It's all good. It's all good. Let's get you sorted back out here. So yeah, it's
I was still thinking about hot blonde chicks and Ford Thunderbirds at the moment. Here, there we go.
Yep. I can't see all the buttons at one time.
Hold on. There we go.
There you go.
I got it.
So Marty, Duane has picked Spectre Within over the Warning. What do you pick?
Spectre Within. The Warning is one of those records I used to have on tape back in the day. I didn't like it much back then. I've really recently reacquired it and I enjoy it. But the Spectre Within has got way more mileage under the hood for me. So yeah, I'm going with Fate's Warning. I can't say no to John Arch. 100% love his vocals.
If I did have to say no to John Arch, Jeff Tate's one of the people that could make me do it.
Oh yeah, sure, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, this one's a tough one for me, and I picked it, so I did this to myself. Spectre Within is a little hit or miss. I feel like it was a big step up from Night on Brocken, which I like, but Night on Brocken's pretty straightforward. This is definitely a step towards something more ambitious, but I feel like again, I haven't quite worked the bugs out yet. So there's some songs I like, some I don't. It really comes down to whereas Queensryche, on the other hand, this is their first full-length album, and they've pretty much nailed it. The production is a little strange. It doesn't hurt the album, but it makes it feel, I don't know, a little cold, a little thin, perhaps.
I think the production makes itself known in the opening note. Just that warning. I mean, it's like, it's just, it sounds incredible.
Yeah. But you go through the track list and it's a very strong album, start to finish. Whereas, Spectre's a bit hit or miss for me. The Spectre, however, has the Apparition on it. And so we're kind of back to, this is a little bit of a Stargazer question. Is Apparition strong enough to pull this ahead of the Warning, which for me, just start to finish, has a stronger track listing. Boy, and that's a tougher one. Apparition is amazing. Does it really beat out Before the Storm, Child of Fire, Road to Madness, Enforce? This is I would really hate to never hear the Apparition again. It's kind of like I would play the song The Apparition more, but I wouldn't play the whole Spectre Within album more. I would play the Warning more if I'm playing the whole album. I'm going to take Queensryche in this case. As great as Apparition is, I don't feel that one song. I can't pull a Stargazer with that track the way I could. Yeah, if it was, if we were doing Awaken the Guardian, sure, but
Guardian, and there's so many other songs on there that are so.
There's other good ones on there too. And to be clear, this is Apparition is not the only good song on Spectre Within. You've got the closing track is great. There's other good stuff on here for sure. But yeah, the album's just a little uneven for me. The Queensryche album is just quietly awesome. It's not one that has like these big tracks, that wallop you over the head or anything, but it's, you look at that track list, like, oh yeah, this is all just fantastic. I'll keep the Queensryche and we'll move on. Let Marty have a turn on the pitching mound. Let's see what he can throw at us.
All right. Going with some U.S. power here. We got Sanctuary's Refuge Denied.
Cool album.
Up against Crimson Glory's Transcendence.
That's a nice pair. I like this. This is a nice pair.
I thought so. I thought it was a well thought out, considered pairing.
Oh, God.
Fire up the chipper, Duane. Fire it up.
This is funny, man. This is, oh my God. Okay, this is funny. So I go next, right?
You do.
You go next.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And Marty, fuck you, because that is.
Yes. I worked hard on these.
We almost got to the 4-hour mark before Duane broke down into profanity.
That Sanctuary record is fucking incredible.
Die for my sins, Duane.
And when it comes to Crimson Glory,
it's the best Crimson Glory record. I like the first one too, but
yeah, it's the first one for me with Crimson. But
what he said.
They're both good. I like them both.
But
this is my first one. This is my first one, so it always has that. That
Lonely
stamp.
is a perfect song, man. Damn it!
But it wasn't produced by Dave Mustaine. Hello, me.
You stop that. You knocked that off right now. We're not doing that again.
Oh my God, Marty.
I thought it was a good one. It was a good pick.
Yeah, it's a good one. Asshole.
Both U.S. bands.
And both bands didn't go long enough either.
Nope.
And the later Crimson Glory stuff just can't touch the first two.
It is kind of strange and slightly beautiful.
Oh man, people are shifting to the Crimson Glory.
Maybe they can help me out here. What's the chat saying?
A lot of Crimson Glory leaning. Well, it's kind of divided.
Yeah.
Well,
and you know what? If that was any other Sanctuary too, that's fine. But that one, oh, that's tough, man.
Battle Angels.
Damn it.
It looks like Duane is trying to decide if he's going to donate a kidney to a dying orphan.
Yeah.
Which one of my
kidneys? This time he's got to choose between favorite nephews. So,
you know what though? Because those two Crimson Glory. See, here's the thing with those two first Crimson Glory records. It's hard for me to go, well, that's okay. I still got the first one to listen to because both of those to me would have been the perfect gatefold record.
Yeah.
You're holding in your hand side 3 and 4 of Crimson Glory. That's how I see that.
Yeah. This has got a way better cover too.
Yeah.
Although I don't know. She's like in a like a space dildo.
Damn it. Crimson Glory.
You're keeping Crimson Glory or reaping?
Yeah. No, I'm keeping it. I'm keeping Crimson Glory, but man, that is tough.
You're welcome. Just enjoy it.
Thanks. That's wounding right there. So,
Alan, what do you think about this pairing?
I'm going to be sore tomorrow from that one. So, yeah.
Right. The chipper is hungry. Must feed.
Yeah, it's a good pair. In both cases, both the albums, have some standout tracks. Neither's a perfect album for me personally, but I will keep the Sanctuary in this pair. The side A of that Sanctuary album is just monstrous. Side B comes back down to earth a little bit.
That's it. That's perfect, Alan. Thank you. You can borrow my Crimson Glory, and I can borrow your Sanctuary.
He's looking for the loopholes. We're definitely getting to it. But yeah, the Transcendence, is pretty. Yeah, it doesn't have a strong A or B side. I don't think. It's both sides are solid on it. But yeah, I can't give up Battle Angels and Die for My Sins and Termination Force. I got to keep the Sanctuary. For me, the self-titled Crimson Glory is the better of the two by just a little bit. So I'll take solace in that. I still have Dragon Lady. And,
the first album's just masterpiece, but that one there is the production on that one's better. Transcendence.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, but man,
but it should be. On bigger label and all that stuff. But Marty, your turn to pick. Which one are you keeping?
I think I'm gonna keep. I think I'm gonna keep Sanctuary in this pick. I really like Transcendence. I think it's great. It's the first one I heard. But I do honestly think that the first one is better. And the third one I have not heard, but I've heard it's not great.
Midnight vocals, man, are just, man.
Yeah. This is a nice pair. Yeah, you got Warlord's vocals, but you got Midnight's vocals on the other side of this. Yeah.
And Warl, I do like what they went on to do in Nevermore, and Dreaming Neon Black's a great record, but I like this one better. It's a little less.
Right there, though,
it's a little less techy. It's a little less. I don't know. It's just
Nevermore is very record. 90s sounding in a lot of ways. Sanctuary is very 80s sounding,
and it's an Ed Repka cover that I don't hate. It's not a typical Repka cover, but anyway, okay, Duane.
So this is why I'm laughing. My next one, I'll just hold them up together.
Oh, yep. We're all in each other's.
This was picked. This was my pick. I couldn't believe it the way this has gone. That's why I said we all got to do our Queensryche because that's funny as hell. And then Marty does Sanctuary and Transcendence. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So Empire.
Nope.
Or Transcendence.
The Warning. The Warning.
Oh, I mean, yeah, the Warning or Transcendence.
Yep. Alan, your thoughts on that? We'll rip through these next couple and just be done.
Because Midnight and Jeff Tate are a hell of a battle between the two as vocalists, in my opinion.
Yep. That's once again, we're in the we're breaking out the classy vocalists here for sure. I'll just stick to what I've said about the albums over the past couple. They're both solid albums, kind of start to finish. That Queensryche album track list, I play that, and I always think to myself, why don't I play this album more often? So I will have to keep that Queensryche album yet again. It's one of it has survived 2 rounds here, but going to have to keep that, and still can't hang on to that Transcendence quite yet. But that'll be my pick. I'll keep the Warning, and I'll let Transcendence be reaped into that chipper. Marty, which one are you going to keep?
I love the Warning, but I like the EP, and I like Rage for Order. Maybe a bit more. I'm going to keep the Transcendence. I like Midnight's vocals. Fair. Great album. There's only 2 to choose from of theirs that I care about. Duane, what do you think?
Transcendence. Transcendence. Yeah. Right. There's not much. I mean, that you can put up against this. They're really. I mean, Queensryche. The Warning, Rage. Pretty much. It's hard to put anything up against this band. It really is, and there's not many bands out there that can do it. This is one of them. This band, Fate's Warning. There's not many, but these are the bands that can do it. And in that case of those 2 pairings, Transcendence over the Warning for sure. It's just this track list. I can't give it up. So that was funny that we all 3 went down this path in some way, shape, or form.
Well, this I'm not going to show it now, but this would have been a pick. I had these as a pick. Yep.
Okay.
All right, Alan, your next one.
Well, that's funny you showed that, Marty, because my next pick, with Duane on, I had to do one Priest versus Maiden pairing, and so it's time for that. And I was picking Stained Class to go up against Power Slave.
Interesting.
Kind of picked these, just Power Slave kind of felt like Maiden at the maybe sort of peak of their powers there in the mid 80s, and Stained Class often regarded as like Priest at the top of their game in the late 70s.
The World Slavery Tour, man. I mean, that was their
they got no
big one.
It would have been impossible. Metallica or AC/DC-ish.
Power Slave's got Flash to the Blade, which is my favorite Maiden. This is one of my favorite Bruce songs. I love that song so much.
That whole album. But then again, I mean, Stained Class,
Exciter, Beyond the Realms of Death,
Untouchable.
Red Heat.
There's songs on that album.
Red Heat, Red Hot,
that just cannot be copied.
People are siding on Power Slave. Team Power Slave is coming out in strength.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't.
Eddie's going with the Priest. Consumer's going with the Priest.
I cannot put anything Seventh Son back by Maiden in the chipper. It's against my religion. Okay, I cannot do it. Even against Priest, I can't do it. I can't do it. I cannot envision myself chucking Power Slave into the wood chipper.
Worst song on Power Slave. 1, 2, 3. Back in the Village.
Back in the Village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Back in the village. In the back of the village. In the back of the village. What a horrible ending. Yeah. Horrible ending.
Yeah, but still, yeah, Power Slave. I've got, I can't chip that album. Come on.
So what you're saying, Duane, is stand back for the chipper.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Maiden lives.
How many copies of Stained Class are you going to have to chip, Duane?
Ooh.
How many copies are there back there?
8 on vinyl, maybe 8 or so. Yeah. Oh wait. Including reissues.
Including reissues.
Yeah, probably 9 or 10, maybe.
We're going to need a bigger chipper.
Anybody that is not a subscriber to Lazerrus, please go subscribe. He's got an amazing metal collection. It's great. It's great. He had a bit of a tragedy with a fire, so he lost part of his collection, but what he's built back is even maybe a little more pure. I used to watch your show early. You were one of the people that inspired me to start a channel, and watching you like come back and say, I just left Goodwill and I couldn't say no to this price, and you'd show it. I'm like, you could have said no. You should have said no. It wasn't worth going home with you. There's like, but then you show all this killer shit. I'm like, yeah, that's my man. That's my man. But then it's like, look at this crap I bought at Goodwill. I'm like, no.
Yeah. No. But what I do is I take that crap I bought at Goodwill and then you flip that, to buy the good stuff, but yeah.
All right. What was the pick? It was me. I'm going with Maiden. The
Maiden too. Okay.
Both are great, but I'm going with Maiden. Alan.
And again, Alan, you got to throw some weight. I mean, to battle Stained Class. I mean, that's not an easy task.
It's a class. It's probably my second favorite Priest record. It's great.
I wanted albums that most people have way up in their rankings for both bands, but not necessarily at the top of their rankings for both bands either. It's a tricky one for me. Both albums, have, again, they both have their imperfections for me. There's tracks on both that are classic. Beyond the Realms of Death, one of, if not my favorite Priest song of all time.
It's a great song.
It's in the discussion for best Priest song. You've also got Rime of the Ancient Mariner on Power Slave. Power Slave,
first 13-minute metal track. Yeah.
It's one of those things.
It actually makes sense. Unlike the song off Melissa, which I'm suddenly Satan's Fall. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
It's the kind of the perfect 13-minute epic story song.
Yep.
My issue with Power Slave is the middle of that album is gets a little glitchy for me. I'm looking at the track list. Aces High I like. 2 Minutes to Midnight. It's a goofy, kind of a weird song in some ways, but I like it.
It's an awkward song, but I like it.
But then you have an instrumental. I'm not a fan of instrumentals most of the time. Flash of the Blade is. I know you love that one, Marty. It's not the song for me. Duelist I like. But then Back to the Village, we already discussed that one. So, I mean, you go through a stretch there of instrumental, meh. Okay, I like this one, meh. Before you get to the two big epic closers. There's kind of, it's a donut of an album. There's a hole kind of in the middle there for me, personally. But Stained Class has, I don't dig every track on that one either. Beyond the Realm of Death, I really don't want to lose that. I really don't want to lose those 4 Iron Maiden songs either. I think as an album overall, I would still keep the Power Slave. It's pretty close. It's really close though on that one.
Aces High is such a banger of a song. What a great lead-up track.
And yes, another great album opener. It's got one. I'm keeping it because it's got not just one but two really good epic tracks with Power Slave and Rhyme. Exciter is a great lead-off track though too. I mean, they're again 70s speed metal done. It's already setting the template. Years before most of those bands would even be ready to pick up a guitar.
Power Slave was also something to think about. It's the first Maiden album where you went, what's Maiden doing? And they were like, we're going to try something new. You had Maiden, Killers, and Beast, and they were all just, okay, you had Eddie on the cover, but it was like Eddie downtown at night, with a knife or a hatchet or whatever, and then you had Number the Beast, and he's like, okay, he's in hell. Okay, this is all metal shit we've seen before. And then all of a sudden, Egypt. What?
He was like in an iconic setting. Instead of in the back streets.
Blue sky, and it's like a completely different, the Maiden logo was small and not going across all top red and white. And it was like, what are they doing? What is this? And that began the Maiden, let's theme the record from then on, right? So you had, Power Slave, and it was all this Egyptian thing. And then you had, you're Somewhere in Time, and it was all, the futuristic Blade Runner thing. And then you had Seventh Son, and it was the Arctic and the snow thing. And, so Power Slave was that kind of turning point where they kind of went, let's create a theme per record, and that became the theme per tour, and that whole thing. So it was a big turning point for that band. And they took it not just in the album cover art, but they put it in the music, So it was a very unique time when they created that record.
Good points.
Good points. All right,
Marty, what you got?
We're going to Germany with this one.
Oh,
I don't know if this is a good pairing, but I tried. I just wanted to talk about both these records, I guess. So let's talk about Running Wild's Death or Glory up against Rage. Trapped.
Okay.
Ow.
Yeah, this is a tough one for me too. I love both of these records. They're both equally amazing records. And if you've never heard people in the chat, if you've heard neither of these bands, God, get busy. Both of these records rule. They rule. Good stuff.
I can jump on this grenade first and give Duane a minute to see. But let's see. We've got Tim's taking Rage. Pretext is taking Running Wild. Okay, so we're starting out on even footing. Jeremy's going Pirates. Let's see. Just waiting a moment in case other folks in the chat wanted to register something before I ramble for a moment.
I think I've decided. I think so.
John says Death or Glory by a hook.
I gotta say, I had some early Rage stuff, but it was Jurgen's channel. He was talking about this record, how great it was, and the one after it, The Missing Link. And I'm like, listen to it, and my God, he was right. I heard one song off of Trapped and went, wow. And I ended up buying it. And I got them actually as a lot. I got this and Missing Link in the same auction for cheap, which was shocking. And man, this record is amazing. It's such a well-written, awesome record. So good. And so is this. I mean, I don't know.
Yep. Let's see. Running Wild's winning the poll by a little bit, but there's been some Rage votes as well. For me, this one's pretty straightforward. The Rage album is good. The Running Wild album is fantastic. It's one of the best albums by one of my favorite bands. So I would definitely keep Death or Glory and let the Rage get trapped in the chipper.
Oh man, it's not as that. It's such a hard. Anyway, go ahead. What do you think, Duane?
Okay, so for me, when it comes to Trapped and Missing Link's the record. Okay.
Really?
Oh, absolutely.
I like them both, but I'm the other way. I'm the other way.
Missing Link is yeah. I mean,
the choruses, the writing on this are so much better.
Oh yeah, no, Missing Link. That's. In fact, I used to say Perfect Man's my favorite Rage record, but honestly, I think Missing Link might be my favorite Rage record. And when it comes to Running Wild, Death or Glory or Port Royal.
Port Royal is so good. Oh, so
those two are really tied. So I've got here. Oh man, I mean, Port Royal's got Conquistadors, but this,
Riding the Storm, Renegade, Evolution, Running Blood, Highland, Glory, Marooned, Bad to the Bone, Tortuga Bay, Death or Glory, Battle.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go. If that was Missing Link in your hand against that, it'd be rage all day. But because it's not, I'm gonna go Running Wild on this one. Yeah, Running Wild.
All right. Well, I should and probably should pick Death or Glory because I love this record, but man, this Rage record really kicked my ass. This is my favorite Rage record. This thing is great. I love it. I love every riff, every chorus, every song. Peavy is just such a prolific writer, and his choruses are mighty, and his vocals are unique. Here I've got Port Royal, Soulless, there's other amazing Running Wild albums. Rage, they have 26 records now. That's a lot.
Something crazy, yeah.
And none of them suck. None of them straight up suck. He's very solid. Some are more modern than others. Some are a little more hoity-toity, artistic, whatever. But I'm going with Trapped on this one. Love this album. Love this band. I love both bands. It's
real quick before you guys continue. If you're interested, I actually just placed an order they just reissued Missing Link and Trapped on vinyl. And I just placed an order for mine. And the reason being, those are two albums I don't have original copies of. And Missing Link is like an original copy of that's like $200 to $300.
Yeah.
So if you want to get a vinyl copy, they just repressed it.
BMG Noise, is that who did it?
No, it's like Dark Bones Records or something like that.
Okay, I've seen that label. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's they also did them as
that's Peavy's label.
Is it?
I think so. Isn't he he's like a bone guy, like a taxidermy? He does shit with bones and stuff. It might be his own label. I think he started releasing some Running Wilds, some Rage stuff. Dark Bones Records.
But I'll tell you, I mean, to get those two records on vinyl is just, I mean, it's going to cost you if you want original copies. And so now's a good time because those reissues of those two records, I'm sure, are not going to be highly pressed and around for very long. So grab them while you can if you want them. And like I said, they're 2 LP sets, so there's probably some bonus crap on there because they were originally single albums. So just FYI, since they were brought up, I thought I'd toss that out to you. I literally just ordered mine, I think like maybe 4 or 5 days ago. So
I gotta say too, the artwork on this thing, it's just the days of paintings. It looks like a Noise International or a Noise Records.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
It just totally, and even the inside, it just has the look of Noise. Yeah. It just looks like a Noise release, which that's my childhood, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Even though reading the book opened my eyes to how much Walter Bach was kind of a dick to his bands, it was kind of a sad thing. But anyway, Alan, do you have one more?
I do. I was just looking this up. Dr. Bones Lethal Recordings.
That's it. Dr. Bones. Yeah.
Dr. Bones.
This one I don't know. Looks like Power Speed Metal label out of Germany. But yeah, they're doing a ton of the Rage catalog, it looks like.
I think it's Peavy's label.
Could be, because they've also got the Avengers stuff. Yeah.
When I saw Missing Link, I was like, thank God somebody's repressing that album.
You're getting it right from the artist. I'm pretty sure it's Peavy's label. I'm pretty sure.
I'm tired of looking at, Discogs, $380. Come on, So when I saw that, I was like, finally, someone's repressing something that deserves to be repressed.
But is there any stateside distributors, or is it all you have to pay the long dollar for the shipping?
I think I'm paying. It was shipped from Rare Waves. I think it's like $40-something total for the album and the shipping, everything together. $40-something, which nowadays for a record is go to a record store.
That's about the way it is.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
So to get that record, I mean, 40 something versus almost 300. Yeah, I'm good with that.
40 total, yes. Especially if it's a German
You know.
import, sure. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
All right, let's see then.
And I think they're also actually, you can pre-order it on Amazon. I saw too, but I'd already ordered mine. So if you check Amazon, I think they're on there.
Ooh, okay, I'll check it out.
Yes, that's very hard. Run wild is very hard to find in the wild. It runs away, I guess, in the wild. It's getting late.
I get it.
We're keeping the professor up past his bedtime, everybody. Let's make this the last one. I have some other cool ones, but we can let it slide with this one if you guys are ready.
We can always save them for another time. But okay, here's one. We have not touched on either of these bands tonight, so seems like a good one to touch on. Let's do again first albums. I don't think these are the same year, but they're close. Exciter, Heavy Metal Maniac, and let's put that up against Anthrax's Fistful of Metal.
I almost did that.
Did you know?
Pretty good, yep. Yep, I almost pulled that exact pairing. That's funny. And
so for the chat again, if anybody missed it, we got the first Exciter, Heavy Metal Maniacs, and we've got the first Anthrax, Fistful of Metal.
What's going on, Steve?
See. Hey, Steve's going with Exciter. Simon's going with Exciter. Pretext is going with Exciter. Glenn's mad because I've picked a hard one. See, Larry for Exciter. A lot of Exciter love here. Okay. See if
you know what? The Chemical Wedding up against like a Maiden record would be a good pairing too. Could
be interesting. I haven't heard the Chemical Wedding forever.
It's a great record. It's really good.
Exciter's pretty much smoking the chat, except, well, here comes the Anthrax love now.
Okay. Yeah. No, that era of those Dickinson albums are pretty good, Marty. I just haven't played them in ages.
Accident of Birth is good too.
Yep. Mm-hmm. The one after Chemical Wedding is not bad.
Tyranny
of Souls.
Yeah. I thought that was starting to sound a little tired to me, but
a little bit. Yeah, it was starting to feel like maybe he's done this enough now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Duane, have we bought you enough time?
Yeah. I was giving the chat a little time. I think I am going to go. This is tough because that's the one Anthrax album I really like. I'm not a big fan of that band, but that's their one like straight metal record that is just really, really strong. But that Exciter record, the first 3 releases that Exciter did are just pure magic. I'm going to go Exciter on that. I'm going to go Exciter.
Keep an Exciter?
Yeah.
I do not own that Exciter record, oddly enough. I've got Long Live the Loud and Unveiling the Wicked are the only 2 Exciter records I own. And I love Long Live the Loud. I think that's a great record. Love that record. But I'm going to have to go with Anthrax just on the point that I don't have that Exciter record.
Okay. Yeah, those first 2 Exciter albums would be good ones to check out if you ever get the chance, Marty.
I will eventually snag a copy, I'm sure.
Yep. For me, I'll pick and keep the Anthrax as well for a couple of reasons. First, like you said, Duane, it's the only Anthrax album that sounds like that. I do like some of the later Anthrax albums, but this one's kind of unique in their catalog. I like it quite a bit. And the Exciter album is good, but for me, Violence and Force is my Exciter album. So I can let Heavy Metal Maniac go to keep Fistful of Metal. And yes, I've still got other good Exciter albums to fall back on. So that's how I'll play that one out.
Well, are we good? I mean, I think we clobbered them tonight.
I got one more I would like to do real quick.
Yeah, one more?
Absolutely.
If you got one more, I can do one more too.
Okay. Let's do one last bit. I've got one for Duane in particular.
All right.
And this is a keep or reap first also. This I had planned in the beginning, and because I'm on the show, I had to do this. So this is
everybody wants one more.
Anyway, this is a 4 for all.
Holy shit balls!
All right.
So this is a 2 versus 2. Okay. So here's the rule.
Tag team action.
Yeah, here's the rule. You can't have one of one and one of the other. No, you got to take this pair or this pair.
No mixing and matching. Okay.
You got to keep the pairs. Okay. So these.
I like that pair. That's a nice pair.
That's a nice pair, right?
That's a nice pair. My eyes are up here.
Or these.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm fine with. I'm good. All right. Alan, the pair. And people in the chat. We've got the pair of Priest and the pair of Maiden. Diano versus classic era Priest. Priest.
You go first, Marty. Snakes. Very dangerous. You go first.
Dude, again, it all goes back to my childhood. I was a Maiden guy, and I'm not a Priest guy until later in life. And the Diano Maiden is my favorite Maiden. It just is. Always has been. Always will be. It might be the first Maiden I heard. I think Killers might be the first tape I ever bought. And do I think Diano? I'm not one of those guys that said I wish Diano did one more record, because I don't think it would have been good. I think he had his time. I think the shit he did was amazing. I've heard, I've got some Paul Diano's Battle Zone. I've heard some other crap. He just isn't. He wasn't the singer that Maiden needed moving forward. I understand the change, but man, I love his character, his punk aesthetic. Yep. I love
that British bloke in the pub.
Yep.
Right?
He's a guy, if you looked at him wrong, he'd sock you in the fucking teeth. And that's fine.
He dated Kate Bush. At least in his own mind. At least in his own mind, he did.
Bastard.
Wow.
It's one of the stories he loves to tell. Everyone in the Kate Bush camp says we have no idea who this loser is.
And there was also, someone told me in Helford's book, he was talking about how he was going to try to pick up Diano in a bar or something.
Yeah.
I still haven't read the book. I'm looking forward to it eventually, but
multiple of Diano's peers will be very quick to tell you, don't anything that Diano comes out of his mouth, you take it with like an entire cube of salt. He apparently prone to a tad of exaggeration.
Yeah. But I love what he did. I loved his character with Maiden. I love those records. And
Marty, Sad Wings. I mean,
I've gone so many years without those records. I'm going with Maiden all day. It's not even a question.
Just making sure, because I mean, sure. There's.
I still have Turbo. Alan, I still have Ram It Down, bro.
Viewers, this is why you introduce your children to the classics early in life, so that when they're adults, they don't embarrass themselves with statements like Marty just made. Fucking Turbo.
That's why I'm here.
You're going to compare Turbo and Sad Wings. You don't get to do that. You don't. No. Bad. No. Give me a second.
Ram It Down isn't all lame. There's some good songs on Ram It Down. Come on.
You don't get to compare Ram It Down to Sad Wings of Destiny.
I'm commenting on Jeremy's comment here.
No. Bad Marty. No.
Bad dummy. Dummy.
Drop the turbo. Put the
turbo down.
Out in the Cold. How can you say no to Out in the Cold? What a great song.
I like Turbo.
It was a great song.
Comparing Turbo to Sad Wings of Destiny is like comparing a go-kart to a Ferrari.
I can't afford a Ferrari. No. I'm fine with the go-kart. It's good.
No. Good. Bad. Okay, I think.
But to me, the first two Maiden albums, that classic, right? You can still hear the age in them when they were made just by listening to them. Same with those two Priest records. Okay, and so that's why I kind of paired those two together. They're both early parts of the band. That's a tough call.
Look at David here being clever. I'm glad this isn't in the realm, because that's tough.
I could get worse. Yes. Yeah. This one may hurt more.
Steve is funny. Marty needs some parental guidance. No, we don't. We don't need no parental guidance here. Anyway.
Yeah. This may be the one that hurts the most from the entire night, Duane. I hope you feel good about yourself.
Are you going to chip Sad Wings of Destiny?
I'm probably going to have to, which absolutely stinks.
I love
Sad Wings of Destiny. It is it's a top 25 album, maybe. One of my favorite albums of the 70s, if we're doing it decade by decade. And maybe I've got it ranked just higher than other people, but that album is just brilliant.
No, deservedly so. It's a masterpiece.
It really, I mean, some of their best songs on that, and it's in that early period when they're still doing a few experimental things, but they kind of work within the context of that album just fine. It's not all hell bent for leather just yet, but in a good way. Stained Class, I talked about that one earlier. I won't rehash that. So yeah, as good as that is, I can't give up all the Di'Anno era Maiden stuff. No, I love the self-titled a lot. Some folks are sometimes a little down on that first Maiden album.
The first album, yeah.
I adore that first album. I do. Killers too. I go back and forth on which one I like better.
Remember Tomorrow. I mean,
so good.
God. Oh yeah, no, the first Phantom of the Opera.
Innocent Exile.
Yeah, the first one's loaded as well. So I will keep the Maidens.
Chip and the Priest, huh? Okay.
Chip and the Sad Wings. That's just sad that my destiny ended up here. It really is sad, very sad. But yeah, that's sometimes some things have to happen that way, and
saves the two Maidens from the chipper. All right.
I will save the two. I will save the. And yeah, again, it goes back to what you said on one of the first picks, Duane. That's all the Di'Anno Maiden there is.
Yeah.
I can give up maybe one or the other.
It carries a lot of weight because it's yeah.
What about you, Duane? What do you think about that pairing that you pilled out?
Oh, Maiden, of course.
Maiden, of course.
Because because of exactly what I did say, and that is, you would be chipping all the Di'Anno Maiden. That it's gone. Both of them are gone.
Soundhouse tapes. There's other shit. There's Live in Japan, Made in Japan.
No, we don't get to hear live versions of the stuff either.
That ain't.
Oh, that's true.
That ain't the first two Maiden albums, though.
No, that's not. It's not.
So, and I know, like Steve Harris always talks about how unhappy he was with the production on that first record. I would never change the production on that.
No, fuck no. It sounds great.
Yeah, that's how it should sound. So yeah. Now, given those two Priest records are two heavy hitters when it comes to early Priest, those are probably the two biggest. And so, that's some heavy artillery firing at those two Maidens right there. But because of what those two Maiden albums are, I can't. Yeah, there's no way I could do it. No way.
I'm gonna have to ram those Priests right down the chipper.
Yeah,
down the chipper.
Yeah. Ram them down.
I just wanted to see what would happen if you did a pair and a pair instead of the one.
I like that.
That was good. That was a good one.
So.
Well, we broke the rules tonight. I love it. We got a three-way and a four and a tag team. Alan, what's your next pair, Alan?
Okay, I've got this is very much just a pick for Duane. Watching his videos over time, a couple of albums that's odder choices. Even I'm not very familiar with these two albums, but Duane is. So I wanted to see what he might think of this pair. So Duane, what about Rogue Male's Animal Man?
Okay.
Versus
I've heard Rogue Male.
Thor Only the Strong.
Oh, okay. Thor Only the Strong.
Okay, keeping that one pretty easy.
Yeah. Thor and I go, especially that album, but even him himself, we go way back. So yeah, the big connection with him and yeah, that's a special spot in my heart. That album is the one. Thor's one of those artists that he had one really strong, what I call
literally strong.
Yeah, a literal metal album, and that's the one. Everything else is kind of experimental, kind of quirky. He's kind of known as like the Canadian funny guy, kind of thing. But that album is such an incredible record. And Thor's one of those artists, you either get him or you don't. You know, you either understand what the guy's doing or you don't. And he's awesome. I love all his stuff. I'm a big collector of him. Rogue Male, I love that band. I love that album. I love both albums that they did. They actually have 3 or 4 albums, I think, but only 2 that were released on vinyl back in the 80s, and the other ones came out later. And I wish that band would have done more because they have this incredible sound. There's some Motorhead in there. I loved their shtick that they were doing, which is like Road Warrior theme.
Carnivore.
They look like Carnivore, but sound like Motorhead.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And it was an awesome band. I love both those albums, and they're catchy as hell. But going up against the mighty Thor, John Michael Thor, no. Yeah. You can't touch them, man.
No, I knew you're big on Thor, but that Rogue Male was one of the few videos, in recent history where you had made a video specifically to kind of, talk up, this one hidden gem album.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see
and that's because a lot of people don't even know their first album. A lot of people know of. They've seen it around. It had much more mass production, but that album, the Animal Man album, is just. And I really wanted to bring some light to that record because it is so good. That band was so good. Great album. Great album. In fact, I was just watching somebody else in the VC did a video and they showed that they picked a copy of that up, and I was like, yes,
cool. Doesn't that album have the song "Crazy Motorcycle" on it?
No, that's on the first album.
That's with the cyborg looking dude on that ripped up.
Yeah, first visit.
Yeah, that's the one I've heard.
Yeah, that's the one most people have seen and heard.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have no skin in that game. I don't own either.
No, that was
kudos for Alan to even know those 2 albums to throw at me like that. That's you got to know me to know those 2 records to do that.
That was the Duane special that I wanted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, chat. For my last pick, are we going to go with a classic Ozzy, or are we going to go with classic Doom? What would you prefer we talk about here for this last hurrah? I'll give you just a few seconds to throw in your classic Ozzy, classic Doom. And I will wait here while you... We've had a great time tonight, everybody. Thank you so much. And Duane, you rule, man. Anytime you want to come on, just shout.
Oh, will do. Thanks for inviting me.
We love having you on.
Like I said, I get so tunnel visioned in, the routine, and then you reached out and it was like, oh shit, yeah, I should do that. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks for dragging me out of my tunnel vision zone and getting me doing something. So
we got Doom, Ozzy, 2 votes for Ozzy, and 2 for Doom, I think. Doom, and someone asking, no, there's no schematics here. Ozzy or Doom? What do you want to do? Ozzy or Doom? With Ozzy singing. I'll say with Ozzy singing or 2 Doom bands. 2 more choices, and then we're going to make our choice. Ozzy. 1 more. If it's Ozzy, we'll go Ozzy. If it's Doom, we'll go
Doom. Ozzy. There's been no Ozzy love tonight. It hasn't been,
All right. Duane's picking it. Hell yeah. Great shit, guys. All right. Cheers. Okay.
Thanks, War.
Ozzy it is. Here we go. You know what? I was going to pick the last thing that Ozzy did with Sabbath and then the first thing Ozzy did on his solo career. But then I got to thinking everybody's going to pick the first thing he did on his solo career because most people think that it's better than Never Say Die. So I decided to go with Black Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, or Blizzard of Oz.
Yeah. Okay.
Both classics in their own right. Maybe not. I would have picked Sabotage for this, but I didn't. I just didn't have the CD. I had the vinyl. I should have picked the vinyl. Sabotage is my favorite Sabbath with Ozzy, but yeah, I thought this was a worthy pairing. Sorry, Glenn. Didn't mean to break you. Wade's keeping Blizzard of Oz. Black Sabbath.
Chase the Sabbath.
Blizzard, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Sabotage and Diary. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Blizz.
Yeah, so some love for both.
Man, if I never heard Crazy Train again, I'd be fucking happy. I was in a band that used to play that just for funsies.
Don't go off the rails, Marty.
All right, Duane, what are your thoughts? People seem to be kind of siding with Blizzard of Oz. What do you think of this pairing? Sabbath plays Sabbath.
Blizzard of Oz, man. That album, Blizzard of Oz, is untouchable.
Come down and get your collectible rock doll.
Come down, play with your rock doll.
Take it out of the box. No way. I'm keeping my mitt, bro.
Press his chest. It plays Crazy Train.
It's got adjustable battle grip.
No, Blizzard of Oz, that album, there's just, the Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, love that album. But that is just one in a stretch of Sabbath greatness there, where that Ozzy record, those first two are like, I don't know, the first two Metallica records, the first two Maiden albums, the first two, they're just, it's just, yeah, I Don't Know is still probably my favorite Ozzy track of all time, opening track on that record. I mean, Randy Rhoads, yeah, come on, man. You can't. That's yeah. Blizzard is I got an autographed copy of Blizzard on the wall right here. I love it so much. Yeah, Blizzard.
Blizzard for Laz. What do you think, Alan?
For me, is my favorite solo Ozzy album. But I've never been the biggest fan of Ozzy's solo stuff. It's okay, but I don't play it very often. If I do, it's going to be that album. But even and that album's just got some great tracks. Mr. Crowley
Bark at the Moon is great. Diary of a Madman's great.
They're okay, but again, I was never. I guess I liked the Sabbath stuff too much. I just never got into his solo stuff a whole lot. I'm not going to trash it, but I'm not going to embrace it.
Yes, either. Jeremy, give An Ultimate Sin some love. Thank you. I love that record.
It's commercial, but I liked it too. I don't own it anymore. I used to own it on tape back in the day, but I don't anymore. I'll get it eventually. It'll come back around.
But Sabbath Bloody Sabbath is one. It's grown on me a lot over time. It's I think it's probably Sabbath at their creative peak. I know some people would say Sabotage, but the band was also starting to have more issues around Sabotage. The music still held up, but there were some stress was starting to leak over into at least the lyrics, if nothing else, with the lawsuits they were dealing with and financial problems. Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, they're kind of at their creative height. It's not a perfect album. Some people find it a little too proggy, or maybe a little parts of it being a little bit too lightweight, but it's an album that's aged very well with me. And actually, I kind of, climbed up in the rankings slowly but steadily for me in the Sabbath catalog over time. So I would definitely keep Sabbath Bloody Sabbath in this case.
All right. I like your reasoning here. I think Blizzard of Oz is there's a bit more light on that record, a little bit more hope, a little bit more moving forward, but it's hard to deny, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath, Killing Yourself to Live, Looking
National
for
Acrobat.
National Acrobat. I mean, there's some great, it's one of my favorite Sabbath albums with Ozzy. It's my second favorite, probably next to Sabotage. Sabotage is my favorite Ozzy record. I was going to pick Never Say Die. I love that record too. I think I wanted to pick his last Sabbath and his first Ozzy, but I figured everybody would just go with the Ozzy record. But
I would go with Ozzy over Never Say Die.
Yeah. I still like that record. Hard Road is on that song, on that album. That's a great song for me. That's a great Sabbath song. The Hard Road, just really.
There's a couple of good songs on that one. It's not a complete write-off.
Anybody want to check out our deep dive on Sabbath? We had King Folly on for that one. Go check it out. It's in the archive somewhere.
It's split up over 2 episodes.
It is split
the Ozzy years and the non-Ozzy years.
Yep. But I'm going with Sabbath on this one. It's a close. They're both great records. I might like Diary of a Madman a little bit better. That's my only caveat. But so yeah, that's it. Are we good? I think we
reached the end.
We whooped them up pretty good here.
That was a good episode, fellers.
First off, Duane, you rule. We love having you on. You're a great dude. It's awesome to have gotten to. You're one of the inspirations for this channel to even start, and the fact that you're on here and you're an awesome guy, and we can talk behind the scenes about Helloween is also good on my end.
Yeah.
Alan, as always, you're the best co-host ever. You're the best. Amazing. And everybody in the chat, thank you so much for the super chats tonight and helping support us. It all goes to stuff and things.
The StreamYard costs us money each month.
StreamYard, we actually pay our freelancers. Every review you see with somebody, they're getting paid. They're not doing it for free. They're getting paid. So
everybody in the chat too that stayed to the end. Tim, Gore, Wade, all you guys, man.
Yeah, but it's over 4 hours in, and there's over 71 people in here. We went over 100 tonight. It's very cool. You all rule. Duane, don't hang up. Alan, don't hang up. And you guys rule. Everybody, thank you so much.
Everybody
have a great weekend, and we'll have
show
more
notes.
Cool stuff coming next week.
Show notes. There will be Monday a Jag Panzer review from the professor himself.
Oh.
And Wednesday's album club will be Obscene Majesty by Devourment. We're going super brutal, insane, crushing death metal. And next week we have a guest coming. We're gonna wait. We're gonna have a wait. And yeah, everybody, you rule. Cheers. We'll see you next week and have a great weekend. How do I turn this thing off? There we go. Cheers.